Wasn't bad. Make this fun. Over, under. I think some of them are in the audience. I just found they live on Redwood. And brought it.
You have like, everything you need. Okay, that's what I was gonna ask if you had that. I really like that shirt. I did not.
I got dropped out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm going to check that through 5 because it's item 5.
Good evening, everyone. We'll start to get going here in a moment if folks want to go ahead and get situated and find their seat.
It is.
And can staff please confirm that we're okay upstairs?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's City of West Sacramento Planning Commission meeting. It's October 17th, 2024. Before we get started, Commissioner Squires, can you please lead us through the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, stands one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Squires. Okay, we'll start with the top of the agenda. This is item 1. Do we have any presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the commission?
Yes, we have one request for comment.
Thank you.
Kimber Goddard.
Evening. I thought I would take this time off the agenda to try to cover something that I thought might be helpful for the Planning Commission. I've written a couple of times on the subject, but it has to do with Brown Act transparency in a way, but more so with just the organization of the process that is a little bit difficult sometimes for the public to understand. My understanding would be that you are the boss of the staff. Staff is a wonderful bunch, but you tell them what to do. So I'm hoping some of these things are things that you might be able to help them do. And it starts with this, a quick true story. A fellow told me, I used to go down to the meetings and give ideas, said the longtime local citizen, until it became clear that no one was listening and nothing would come of it. That's the same people voted the same way on the same stuff, and my opinion and my neighbors' opinions didn't mean a hoot. I'll be darned if I'm going down there and sit there all night again for nothing, so I gave up. Well, that made me think a little bit. Why would people want to come or not come to listen to a planning commission or city council meeting? I wondered if you considered that the public perception that you give if you don't invite public input is generally that you don't want it. Public input is the whole reason for the planning commission, in my view. Invite it, treasure it, don't cut it short. Don't kneecap people if they're 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Most citizens have good ideas, and their knees are already shaking when they're up here. I do this a lot, and it's always a nervous experience. If you could direct staff to write what they have to write legally and then put it in English, like in other words, this is what we're saying, that would be a real blessing. Almost impossible to understand staff reports. Using acronyms without explaining them is just, well, yeah, it's just kind of rude. Most of the charts and graphs are so filled with acronyms that you really can't understand what it is that the citizens can't understand it, and I'm sure you struggle sometimes as planning commissioners. I struggle as an attorney to understand what your staff reports are saying, and it's very confusing to me sometimes. If you could get out of the planner, engineer, developer head and think about the average citizen's head, really smart people make complicated things simple, not vice versa. A 5-minute phone call takes a lot less time than 10 emails to clear up an inartfully written staff report. I've never had a city department pick up the phone yet. Some are better than others at getting back to citizens, but leave a message just says, don't call us, we'll call you. It's a long agenda sometimes, and that's put usually at the end of a meeting. Public input or public hearings should be at the front of the meeting. It's the people that you are here for in a public hearing. Listen to them, let them talk. If you put your public matters first, more people will attend. Otherwise, they got to get home, put their kids in bed, and live a life, and just like you do. Just a few thoughts. I thought it might be helpful. I have a lot of experience doing this, but it's always a hard experience just to stand up and talk in front of a whole big group of people you don't know. So thanks for listening. I hope some of that is helpful.
No further comments at this time.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item number 2, which is correspondence and staff communication from the Planning Commission Secretary.
You should have public comment in front of you on both of the items tonight, and the planning staff will go into those during their presentation.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, disclosure of ex-party communications. I would like to go ahead and mention that I had a telephone conversation with the attorney representing Perea Estates community members. Thank you.
I'd met with Terry, but months and months and months ago.
All righty, moving right along. We don't have anything to report under presentations, nothing to report under the consent agenda. If we're all ready, we can go ahead and enter into the public hearings. First up is item number 4, public hearing regarding amendments to Title 17 of the Municipal Code to facilitate tiny homes on wheels as legal dwellings.
Good evening, Chair, and all members of the Planning Commission. My name is Daniel Berman, Senior Planner for the city. Tonight, I will be presenting on the proposed Tiny Homes on Wheels ordinance. Just a brief history of how we got here. In 2020, the city began monitoring a tiny home on wheels that was placed and occupied on a residential lot in the Bright neighborhood. It was deemed non-compliant as a housing type and not connected to municipal utilities like water and sewer. Between 2020 and 2022, code enforcement began enforcing violations. However, enforcement activity began to slow as the property owner was working towards compliance with the city. In 2023, the City Council directed staff to look at tiny homes on wheels as housing options in residential areas. On September 7th, 2023, Planning Commission held a workshop on tiny homes on wheels. And then on November 15th, 2023, the City Council also held a workshop. And this is where direction was provided by the council to move forward with an ordinance to allow tiny home on wheels as both primary and accessory dwelling units. Most recently, staff met with a tiny home on wheels owner here in West Sacramento and a tiny home on wheels advocate to review the draft ordinance and receive feedback on how it improved. What are tiny homes? Tiny homes are those that are typically under 400 square feet. These can be traditionally stick-built or prefabricated while still requiring development permits. They're usually built on foundation, are connected to water, sewer, and sometimes septic, depending on location. They require fire sprinklers. They're allowed per zoning, and the size of the home isn't really an issue. They can be constructed as both primary dwellings and accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. Kits can be purchased at Home Depot, Lowe's, online, but still require permits. Moving on to tiny home on wheels, which is the reason we're here this evening. There's a difference between dwellings and vehicles, and in this conversation, we're talking about tiny home on wheels, which are technically considered vehicles. These are a variant of tiny homes, and they're usually built on a chassis, which is a support frame typically of a vehicle with wheels. Tiny home on wheels are legally considered vehicles and regulated by the DMV. Tiny home on wheels are currently allowed in mobile home parks pursuant to state law that are regulated by the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. This means that they are not subject to building codes and do not count as housing units toward the city's housing production goals in its housing element. They can be towed from one location to another, and similar to RV in style with the use of power and similar hookups with water and sewer. They may be off-grid, meaning not reliant on conventional municipal utilities. So moving on to tiny home on wheels ordinance and sort of a summary of where we are. Based on feedback and direction from the public workshop on November 15, 2023, it was City Council's recommendation to allow tiny home on wheels as both primary dwellings and accessory dwelling units on residential lots. The critical issues for tiny home on wheels revolve around how to address basic health and public safety considerations, sewage connections and disposal, electric power, natural gas provision, and potable water. Regarding supplemental regulations, staff attempts to address these issues within the supplemental regulations that we have in this ordinance. Tiny home on wheels may be deployed as primary dwelling units or as accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and would be considered legal dwelling units. Tiny home on wheels used as primary dwelling units are subject to the site development standards in the underlying zoning district. And tiny home on wheels used as ADUs are subject to the standards contained within the Muni Code under the ADU section. Some of the key regulations in the ordinance to really note are public utilities. The city would still require typical development standards such as connections to city utilities. Impact fees would still be assessed contingent on the type of dwelling unit that is applied for. Moving on to administrative approval. Tiny home on wheels must receive clearance by the Community Development Department before compliance, before being placed on site. So administrative approval is a key standard. Appearance and design, the tiny home on wheels shall resemble conventional residential structures rather than a recreational vehicle. This shall be done by incorporating design features and materials typically used for houses, i.e. siding, roofing, pitched roofs, eaves, residential windows, etc. And parking pad. The wheels shall be skirted or removed and shall sit within leveling of support jacks of paved, durable, or dustless surface. There are changes to the Muni Code in Chapter 17.8 in residential zones, and you can see towards the bottom there, tiny home on wheels are allowed in 5 residential zones, excluding the R3, and I'll just go through each residential zone. The RE is rural estates, RRA is residential rural agriculture, R1 is the single family zone, R2 is the duplex zone, and R2.5 is the medium density zone. With that, staff respectfully recommends that the Planning Commission find that pursuant to CEQA guidelines, the project is considered exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15305A, minor alteration to land use limitations because the project consists of adding new allowable residential housing types, which is considered a minor land use change, and adopt Resolution 24-5PC, thereby recommending the City Council approve Ordinance 24-9, detailing amendments to Title 17 of the Municipal Code to accommodate tiny home on wheels as legal dwellings. This concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, staff. Commissioners? Comments or questions?
I don't have any questions right now, but I'm wondering if we can hear from the public first.
Sure. Do we have public comment, staff?
Yes, we do. Michelle Burke.
Thank you for considering tiny homes on wheels as primary dwellings. Tiny homes on wheels are not only incredibly popular with people from all walks of life, but they satisfy a need for affordable housing. They also satisfy a goal enshrined by general plans and state mandates to minimize ecological impacts. Tiny homes on wheels, instead of permanent buildings, allow cities to change their goals for an area in the future. As a benefit to local businesses today, because people who live in a tiny space, whether it's a little apartment or a tiny home, they tend to go out more. So they spend more money at your local businesses. So it's a benefit not just to have more housing for teachers and business owners and other people who have a hard time owning homes, but it also benefits all of your businesses because they spend more money outside the home. They spend more time outside the home. I would say in most zoning areas, is basically as many places as you can say, yes, please do. And the safety concerns are easy to address, whether something's on grid or off grid. There's lots of ways of solving for that don't have ecological impacts or impacts on the neighbors. There's a lot of solutions out there. Basically, laws get voted into existence and they can be changed to reflect new information and innovations and codes, rules, and laws. They exist to serve the people. And tiny homes are incredibly popular. They're just looking for communities to fix the zoning because they're new and they don't fit well with either RVs or things with foundations, but they've got a wonderful role to play.
Next is Robin Davis.
Hello, new people in the crowd, but I'm Robin and I live in my 160 square foot semi-off-grid tiny home on wheels on my undeveloped residential property here in West Sacramento. Thank you for taking a look at this again and bringing this back. We are so appreciative to Daniel and David hosting a collaborative session before this meeting with myself and other industry experts to make this the most inclusive, efficient, and effective ordinance possible. This ordinance is a great example that I have no doubt will be used throughout this entire region. We should all be really proud of what we have been able to accomplish. I understand there are still concerns among some longtime residents, and I want to acknowledge that their opinions, concerns, and fears are valid. they deserve to be heard and addressed. And I think staff has done a great job of that, and this ordinance does a great job of that. We still encourage staff and neighbors to join our West Sacramento Tiny Homes Facebook group to ask questions, continue to ask questions, and stay informed with any updates to remain as transparent as possible. This isn't about a political agenda or any particular party, but this is about how we show up in support of our community and creating more housing options that is more conducive to our diverse needs and adapts to our more diverse needs. Whether you are on the dais or whether you are in the crowd, we show up clearly. We show up because we care about this community and we show up for each other. So thank you to my neighbors who have supported me throughout the years and who have shown up and to get to know me and this purpose. It's been an incredible 4-year journey to get to this point. So thank you.
Andrea Montano.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I am honored and proud to be back here to speak with you guys again. I've kind of been here as a change champion and a friend. Started here in support of Robin, but fast forward to today, I'm here to support West Sacramento. I'm here to support the people who live here and the people who care about their neighbors and their family members that are aging in place, and our baristas and our construction workers and our teachers, and 56% of our households that are people living by themselves. We need to kind of start to look at how we can conform to households sizes that are greatly reduced than they were just 40 years ago. Some of the stigmas that we have to kind of peel back every time we start this conversation anew is that everybody automatically thinks this is going to turn into a transient housing conversation or a substandard living complex. And I'm here to say that tiny homes can solve a myriad of issues. You know, we're here to be part of the solution. It doesn't help solve all of our issues, but there are a lot of integrated things that we can look at, like, you know, density without sprawl, but also not putting grandma on the 4th floor. You know, there's a lot of remnant lots within the city where capacity could be better used without taxing our existing infrastructure. We can keep people closer to home so we have less congested traffic and we have less greenhouse emissions that we're creating over time, as it's inevitable that we're going to have to figure out how to house more people. I have a petition out right now to HCD to have tiny homes recognized as towards RHNA numbers. We're getting a lot of success in that from people who believe that if we can do that across state lines, then it's a win-win, right? Because there's a capacity that each municipality has to meet, and it's getting harder and harder to do that in a more efficient way. One of the members spoke here about a year ago, and she said something that really resonated with me is, it's not just about small homes or homes on wheels. That's irrelevant. You know, building on a chassis is building a house on a 3-inch steel frame structure. It's a sound house. It meets the American National Standards Institute building codes for 119.5. These are inspected throughout the entire time they're being built, just like a home would be inspected throughout its entire time being built if it was stick built. We want standards. We don't want RVs in our backyards. We just want to find a way that we can live more economically and more ecologically. Tiny homes also, I guess that's it. All right, thanks you guys.
Alicia Gutierrez.
Good evening. I'm here to express support for the draft ordinance that allows tiny homes on wheels to serve as primary residences. I think we can all agree that the dream of home ownership is no longer attainable for a good chunk of West Sacramentans. I hear regularly from friends about the struggle to find apartments below $2,000 a month. And some that were built near me recently are over $3,000 a month. And yeah, I'm just baffled by the cost. And I would guess that many mortgage holders in this room pay less than that for their own homes. Tiny homes have emerged as a viable option as a starter home and as options for elderly parents or family members that are seeking some independence but also want to remain nearby. The ordinance expands the use to primary dwellings, and to speak to some of the concerns I've heard in the past, the ordinance addresses some of those concerns by requiring third-party certification that ensures the tiny meets health, fire, and safety building code standards, and calls for designs that are consistent with other housing. Tiny homes on wheels are just another tool in the housing strategy toolbox. Please consider this ordinance as an opportunity for West Sacramento to lead, innovate, and serve the needs of people in our community. As others have mentioned, tiny homes decrease carbon footprints, and there are tiny home communities in other parts of the nation that I aspire to live in someday. They have community gardens and just a lot of sense of community by people that have similar values in trying to really build community on better ecological practices and reducing their carbon footprints. So I hope you will consider the ordinance and the impact that it can have on the city, and thank you for your time.
And Kimber Goddard.
In another unpopular position, I do not agree and do not think that you should approve this. It's a resolution. It's going to the city council. I get that. And I've met some of these really nice people in the process of discussing this, Robin and others, and they're wonderful, well-intended. I don't mean any personal slight by making the statements I'm going to make about the contrary side of these. I have a little RV. I sneezed really hard once and I put my elbow through the wall. They're not subject to building standards. It's a vehicle. That is the issue. That's why it's not countable as an affordable housing RHNA factor. It's not efficient for homelessness at all. At $30,000 to $90,000, not lendable by an institution, how are they going to buy it? They can't, and it's not been a homelessness solution anywhere yet that it's been proposed. As a primary residence, I can't find anywhere that's done that. I'm not sure why we want to be the first people to make that a primary residence on a piece of land. What's wrong with that? Well, the primary thing wrong with a primary residence on a piece of land is all of the taxation of the unit is going to the DMV in the state. The land has a property tax value that goes to West Sacramento, but it's largely being wasted. If you built a house on it, the whole thing would be valued at a greater value, and all the property taxes would go where they're supposed to and some to us. In this manner, a primary residence especially, tiny home, doesn't really pay for itself. It's a small 400-foot size of a unit, and it doesn't have it uses the same services, police, fire, whatever else any other residents would need, but it doesn't pay back. It doesn't, and impact fees, maybe, but you can't assess those on ADUs. You can only assess them as primary residence, and they're not going to meet the amount required, I guarantee you, to pay for the services that are demanded. It is a net drain on the city. It is a net drain anywhere it goes. I can't find anywhere in the 4 states that allow this, that they're primary residence. That's way of a stretch. West Sacramento seems to be on the edge of the universe for permitting these in a broad spectrum of residential areas. There used to be an axiom that zoning birds of a feather should flock together. It's always been the basis of organized zoning law, aesthetically, organizationally, in city growth. Here, we're plopping down in all sorts of different ways, different positions, different no setbacks, over the fence, all sorts of potential for issues that can't be well controlled. Negative impact on the property values of neighbors? Yeah. Fire hazards to neighbors? Well, could be. This fad has come and gone in a lot of places. And in our area here, the big developer on these just bankrupted. By the way, this is a national entity that's advocating this, and it's paid for, it's contributed to by, guess who? Developers of tiny homes. So be aware. Thank you.
No additional comments on this item.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner, any questions? Now's our time.
I have some questions, I think, staff. So where in the amendment will it have the administrative approval? I didn't see it when I read in the act, what word or recommending.
Yeah, it's found in
Can we
item
put it up on-
number 2 under supplemental regulations, administrative approval, right under public utilities.
I don't have it. Is there any way we can put it up? Or do you have a print?
We don't have a printed copy, but I can go print it for you real quick if you need it.
Okay, it's okay. Okay. That's okay. So in the staff report, it said that design standards would be adopted. Are those what you're proposing within those specifications, or is it going to be a separate design guideline?
There will not be separate design guidelines. The design guidelines would essentially be applied per the zoning district. So in the R1, R2, there's the residential zones all have their regulations when it comes to design.
So for the energy part, what if someone could support their tiny home on wheels with solar? I don't know if that's technically feasible, but in that circumstance, would they still be required to connect?
They would be required to get permits, but yes, you could connect with solar panels. That would be allowed.
I think I'm struggling with this a little bit. I think it's a good idea, but I think what we have in here in the proposed ordinance, it just leaves things really open. It's so vague and broad that I don't know, like the appearance and design shall resemble a residential structure. There's billions of residential structures, and which one does it matter? Is that subject to approval in part of that administrative approval? And the coverage for the undercarriage, it's broad and vague. It just has to be covered. What kind of material would be sufficient? And I think as it's written, it sounds like as long as you cover it up, could it be I don't know, fencing material? I don't know what. I guess I'm sure what we're requiring for these wheels. I am concerned about, like Mr. Goddard said, neighborhoods have character, are they going to be required to fit in with the character of the neighborhood? And it just seems like it's not quite ready to go as written. That's.
I think our aim was to make these as seamless housing types as they can within the residential zones. I know that's difficult because there are a myriad of housing types. But we also wanted to be, allow for some flexibility there. But I think your comments are well regarded, and we would consider that with any amendments that you may have, as well as the rest of the planning commission.
I would make the point that the city does not regulate the design of single-family homes either. Right? If you own a lot in West Sacramento, you can put any home that complies with the zoning regulations on it. The city doesn't weigh in on what it looks like.
And I guess for that though, is when you're building a home, like we have building standards and such that you would conform to.
But this will be required to comply with standards. It's just, in terms of aesthetics, the city does not regulate the aesthetics of homes.
And so if you could have one as the primary dwelling, could you also have an ADU, so you could have two on a lot?
Yes, you could have both the primary and an accessory dwelling unit.
And then with setbacks, as long as it met the setbacks, it could be placed anywhere on the lot. So is what we're proposing here, is it similar to what has been adopted in other municipalities? I think Santa Cruz had one, and
City of Oakland, Placer County, I believe, other jurisdictions.
And do they allow it for primary dwellings as well?
Mostly I've seen as accessory dwelling units. Some jurisdictions do allow as primary.
So sorry, this will be my last question, but for the administrative approval, like what's required for that package? Is it?
I think it's essentially a checklist to make sure that they're compliant with all the 20 regulations that we put in place. I think they would come in and submit an application, and would be reviewed by staff and ultimately be approved by community development department.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, commissioners?
I think my question is related to the other communities that have these tiny home on wheels. How are they doing? Do we know any?
I haven't done the research on how those other communities are doing. I wish I could give you a bit more information on those. I don't know, David, if you have any information on that. David Tilley was one of the essentially spearheaded this effort, and really led us to this place. So a lot of the credit goes to him in terms of developing this ordinance. But I wish I had that information. I just don't have that in mind.
I think one of our public has something to say, but as you're walking up here, I appreciate that it's not necessarily to address the homelessness, it's give a diverse option of housing for everybody if they choose to. That does sound pretty accurate. It's not necessarily to address the homeless situation. It's more to have a variety of inventory for people to live in.
Right. It's providing options. It's alternatives to other types of housing that are out.
I'm curious about Santa Cruz and the other areas.
Great. Of course.
Andrea again. I am with the Tiny Home Industry Association. I'm a volunteer advocate. I don't get paid for this work. I also live in a tiny home. Placer County does have a ordinance for primary residences as well as ADUs and cottage cluster and community developments. Nevada County is in their draft read right now. They should be codified hopefully by the beginning of next year. Mendocino just passed an ordinance, county, also with primary residences. And then Santa Cruz, of course, including the Coastal Commission. There's over 21 jurisdictions throughout California. There is a checklist, two checklists actually. The County of LA and the City of San Jose have great examples of how people come into their community, and there are very specific guidelines they have to follow. You cannot be an RV, you can't move under your own power. As far as skirting and hiding the wheels, it's comparable to what manufactured homes require in a manufactured park. So there are certain standards for what can be used to skirt. Also, if you are in a valley versus in a high fire zone or in a flood area, there could be some specific things for fixing if there's high wind or snow loads for roof. There is tiny home language in the International Residential Code that is being written by the International Code Council and this next review cycle will have tiny homes under any foundation system types will be a part of that. California has already adopted the California Building Code. So in addition to the ANSI 119.5 standard, this will have building standards in our International Residential Code as well. So to address building, there's all of that. To address health and safety, we have the ANSI 1195, which also has NPFA, which is National Fire Protection Agency, to make sure that we meet fire codes for health and fire life safety. And there was one more thing you asked and I forgot.
I'm not sure.
Was that enough? Or state of Maine, state of Colorado, throughout the entire state, they have tiny home ordinances. So they're not just in individual counties or cities, but the entire state does allow them as well. So there are large areas that are using these not as a fad. They are being integrated how are they doing? They're doing great. They're doing great. You don't see tiny homes coming and flocking in. Like this isn't an RV, like we're casting call for all of them to come live in the community, right? This is really to support the folks that are already here and trying to find avenues to continue living where their families are and where their communities are. And so that's the main bulk of who is interested in these types of ordinances. And that's kind of what you'll see from 2018, the city of Fresno. Dan Fitzpatrick, who's the founder of the Tiny Home Industry Association. He also used to be the administrator for Clark County and also Nevada City, and also the city manager for Fresno. And so he's worked both in government and also kind of looked at this from a development standpoint. And he sees that this can fit in a lot of different ways. Each municipality is going to have to look at it individually because your needs are individual. But there's a lot of ways that you can do this that is conducive for how you want West Sacramento to be. It's not going to degrade property values. There are ways that you can, like LA County has a permit process where, if you were to split that 1% of property taxes between county and state for a $100,000 build, you're looking at a $500 collection. Versus if you were to put a permit process in place and have an annual renewal, that can actually be more beneficial in terms of fees for the city. And so that kind of negates that. And as far as property values, it doesn't bring property values down. There's plenty of data that's out there across the United States that negates that. That's what people think. But I used to be a real estate appraiser, and I can tell you that you can't compare an apple to an orange. Your real estate property will be comparable to other real estate property. Right now, until this is considered real property, it's personal property. So we're apples and oranges, and they don't degrade the values of homes in the area and still can provide housing. Hope that helps. Thank
you. No, there's not a process for rebuttal.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I guess question for Daniel too. Are any of those regulations about like the skirt design can they be added, I guess, as part of the approval process?
Yes, they can be. They can be added. It's essentially part of our checklist through the administrative approval process. Okay. So we'll be looking at all of that before we issue, the clearance.
Do we have an example of what that checklist looked like?
We could probably get you something similar to what we've done in other development projects. But it's something actually, if we move forward to City Council, I think we'd be actually developing a separate application for these particular units. So it's something that I think we'll consider if the commission decides to move forward.
So I get, adding on to what Commissioner Wong just asked, could we incorporate those standards into the ordinance so that they have to meet whatever those standard guidelines are for the skirting?
Yeah, if you feel like the current language is not sufficient, we can certainly look to amend it and make sure that the standard that we put in administrative approval.
Yeah, I think my concern again goes back to the lack of specificity and just, I understand there will be a checklist, but you know, when staff's looking at the checklist, how do they know? What are you comparing it to see? You know, is it gonna be those guidelines or standards or?
Yeah. I mean, we just review exactly what it states in our supplemental regulations and make sure it's compliant with what we have written. So I think you know, this will be our guideline. But if there are any language changes, we're open to that, amendments that may come forth. So it's something that, you know, staff is open to, especially since this is a recommending body going to city council.
I would recommend having more specificity, but I'm not familiar with what the standards are that are out there for underskirting or skirting and for, I guess, the resemble, you know, residential, normal residential, sorry, not normal, but, you know, your typical house in a neighborhood. Like that standard, again, I think that, how do we check that box when we're reviewing an application?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and it's something that we can certainly, if you feel we need to, you know, provide a bit more clarity on, I think that's something that we can certainly consider.
What's the price difference if you're going to build a tiny home not on wheels versus a tiny home on wheels?
I don't believe I have that information. I think it's, there wouldn't be necessarily a price difference on the city side. It's yeah. Are you talking about like impact fees or?
No, I'm just thinking of because part of the idea of tiny homes on wheels is the affordability aspect, right? And as our zoning code is now, could you build a tiny home not on wheels?
You could, and that would be essentially permitted by right. So you could come in and you wouldn't have any upfront fees on the planning side. It would just go directly to the building division for building permit.
Okay, thank you.
I just actually had a clarifying question for you, Commissioner Sablon. So are you referring to the language, the draft language in the ordinance that we're taking up? Okay.
Yes.
And so I'm hearing you state that absent there already being a set forth criteria that's been provided to us, how do we know that the draft language allows for us to be compliant with what the aesthetics may or may not look like?
No, my concern is opening the door to allowing this without having tighter regulation of it. It is my concern of, because what's written right now is so broad that you could check the box by doing any number of things, like, you know, so I want to have a better idea of what we're allowing under this.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I feel like the way this ordinance is written will be good enough, and that the city can tweak it as we go along. I'd like to see this passed and move forward. Have confidence in the city.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Squires? If you're
Right, I make a motion that we approve the recommendations of the staff, the items 1, 2, and 3.
I'll second.
Commissioner Sablon?
No, I'll just state I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm opposed to as it's written now.
Commissioner Squires? Commissioner Olivares?
Aye.
Commissioner Linker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
No, I agree that I do support this as well, but I think there needs to be more specificity.
Motion passed. Thank you. Great. Moving on to item 5 under public hearing. This is the public hearing regarding proposed Liberty-specific plan and related land use approvals, including vesting tentative subdivision map number 5112.
Good evening, Vice Chair Oliveras and Commissioners. It's good to be back. My name is Bob Lagamarcino. I am working with the city on this as a retained consultant. I did explain some of this at our June 6th workshop, but I'll repeat it for those who weren't here for that. The reason that I was brought on board to help support the rest of city staff on this Liberty project was because originally Charlene Hamilton, who had been the community development director, lived within 500 feet of the property boundary, which meant that she was conflicted out. Then David Tilley, who was the principal planner, who typically would oversee such a project, also moved to within 500 feet of the project boundary. Over time, staff turned over. Andrea Aus came into the city as the community development director and decided to buy a home within 500 feet of the project boundary. So for the last 5 years, with a few interruptions, I've been working with Justin Hardy, who's the project manager, and, well, Jeff Mitchell and his employee, Andreas Boer, who's not here tonight, as well as, well, I might as well go to the slide that explains who's who. Push the correct button. The down arrow. So here are the names that I've already mentioned. In addition, as mentioned in the staff report, we did work very closely with representatives of other city departments, so it's been a sort of an all-hands-on-deck exercise. So I want to go briefly, and maybe not that briefly, over the agenda because I think it's important to establish how we're going to work through this hearing tonight. First, I'm going to cover a bit of an explanation on the purpose of the hearing and give an overview of the project. I'll talk about the project context, including how we got here for projects in Southport. We're going to then go through a review of the documents that are up for consideration and the associated actions. Justin's going to handle most of that. I'll cover the environmental document when we get to that. Then, as I mentioned, we were here in June for a workshop. Prior to and during that workshop, the city received comments. We're going to review those comments and questions and the responses that staff has come up with for those. I will say we've also received quite a bit of correspondence in advance of this meeting, including you all. There is some overlap, but the comments have become more focused. One of the intents of or purposes of the workshop was to get the project out there and to get people focused on it, including you. And that's worked. People have now engaged in a very productive way, and we have a lot of good comments that we'll hear tonight. And some of the responses that we provide, the comments that we received tonight, will overlap. We then will go over a staff recommendation, which includes all of the actions that the commission will be asked to take. Then we'll open it up for your questions and comments. And at that point, you can open up the public review, the public comment period, including an opportunity for the applicant who is here to provide some comments. Then we'll return to the commission for discussion of the task at hand and the action and the recommendations that you're being asked to make. So that's how things are going to flow tonight. So the purpose is, it's fairly simple. We're going to provide an overview of the project. and the associated land use approvals. And this is going to be a more elaborate description of the things that we briefed at the workshop. We'll provide an opportunity for you and the public to ask questions about the project. And then we will ask you to take action on the vesting tentative map and provide recommendations to the City Council on other actions for which they have primary responsibility or authority. So we're here to consider the Liberty Project, which, as the applicant will explain when given an opportunity to talk about, has been fairly long in the making here in the city. It's proposed for a property that's owned by the Pack family, and there's a representative here tonight from the family. They own the entire site, so this is not working with property that's not under the control of the applicant. It is the Liberty-specific plan is the primary document. The related land use approvals all support or follow up on the specific plan. In terms of the setting, it's about 342 acres, bounded on the north by Linden Road. From east to west, Linden Road, Bastogne Estates, Linden Acres, Linden South, and Parlin Ranch. To the east, the new Sacramento River setback levee. To the south, Davis Road. And to the west, the Clarksburg Branch Line Bike Trail. It is one of 3 projects that are at various stages of development or consideration for development by the city. The other 2 are Yarborough and River Park. So there are 3 big pieces of the puzzle that are moving through the process, and those are shown here. The aerial map on the right shows the Liberty Project. That will be, I'll be depicting that in different forms over the duration of my presentation. The map on the left shows the Liberty Project and the River Park Project to the south, and the Yarborough Project to the southwest. So the context, this goes back to incorporation of the city, and this actually goes back to my original involvement with the city, which was in preparing the general plan upon incorporation. The first plan, the city incorporated in 1988. The first plan that was adopted, the first general plan, was adopted in 1990. At that point, that was a pretty long-term prospect for consideration of how we were going to build out the south part of the city. For that reason, the general plan land use diagram was very general. It accounted for 2 primary designations, planned residential or ag. The expectation through policy from the original general plan was that the areas were developed that were designated as PR would be subject to more refined planning, particularly for projects that included 200 acres or more. So here's, just for context, here's what Southport looked like in 1993, so 3 years after the original general plan was completed. Not a lot there, only 1 bridge to the north, leaving Southport at that point, the Jefferson Bridge. By 2024, you can see a lot has happened, including 2 more bridges, the Palmadesi Bridge and the McGowan Bridge, providing connections with the northern part of the city. So, I mentioned that the city had intended originally to engage in more detailed planning for projects of over 200 acres. As the city worked through the process and as applicants or landowners approached the city, it occurred to the people who were managing things at that point that we needed a little bit more framework literally established for how the planning occurred. So the city adopted the Southport Framework Plan in 1995. It was amended in 1998. Not major changes, but again, 1995 and 1998. The Southport Framework Plan envisioned the Southport area developing in 4 distinct quadrants or villages. It set out some conceptual representation of land use and associated circulation or roadway network. And this map, these 2 maps show the larger organization, the 4 villages. Liberty is in the northeast village. River Park is in the southeast village, and Yarborough is in the southwest village. For each of the villages, there is a more detailed land use map prepared. That's what's on the right. You can, and I'll show you a windowed in version of that. That's the northeast village. And you can see where Liberty falls within that village. And I think importantly, there's a line on here that goes across Davis Road, over to Jefferson, and up to the northern edge of the village. That depicts where the village starts and stops, and that's important for some of the policy, for policy purposes, as I'll explain in a few minutes. So, as the city, following adoption of the framework plan, there were quite a few questions about how the implementation was moving forward, and this includes questions from residents of the area. So the city worked with those residents and came up with Resolution 0663 in 2006, which established a little bit more structure for how projects that were proposed within Southport would be considered. The Resolution 0663, and this is the language, said the review process, and that's what you're involved in with now, will favor major projects that are consistent with the general plan and the framework plan, will minimize or mitigate conflicts with existing uses, including environmental impacts, and that includes wildlife habitats. That projects should contribute to fostering the character of Southport as a series of distinct villages, each of which has its own identity. Importantly at that point, and still, and it comes through in some of the comments that you've received and some of what you'll hear tonight, the 0663 really emphasized the need to ensure that funding mechanisms were in place to support the necessary infrastructure improvements that the project resulted in. So we'll speak a little bit more to that. There was an emphasis on phasing programs to ensure that as project proceeds, the infrastructure is available prior to occupancy. And finally, there was an emphasis on maintaining rural residential and open space buffers between the villages. And part of that was a consideration of rural residential and rural estate zoning, and particularly that not be designated to urban density residential designations. The urban density definition wasn't really provided, so it's subject to a little bit of interpretation. And finally, there was a transportation dimension that no more development should occur in Southport, and that then can be accommodated by facilities identified in the most recent traffic impact study. So in 2016, the city adopted an updated version of the general plan that had originally been adopted in 1990. So it lasted quite a while, but it was time for an update. So it was a comprehensive redo, and that included updating the land use diagram or the land use map for the entire city. In doing that, the city did a few things. First, it updated the map to reflect development that had occurred, and in Southport, some of that differed from what had been depicted in the Southport Framework Plan. So the general plan in 2016 was updated to reflect what was actually there. In addition, the general plan, which had been pretty very general in terms of its depiction of uses in Southport, was updated to reflect the Southport Framework Plan land use map. And that included for the 3 major projects. So the policy side of it, the policy emphasis that was established through the framework plan and that was reinforced by Resolution 0663 was essentially folded into the citywide general plan. One more thing, as it relates to the general plan, in January 2024, the city updated the mobility element to ensure that it addresses contemporary requirements, including focusing on reducing vehicle miles traveled and enhancing the connectivity of the neighborhoods of the city. So here is the general plan land use diagram for the Liberty area. As I mentioned, you can barely see through there, but you can see some of the original shapes that had been established in the Southport Framework Plan and how they were transferred into the citywide general plan land use diagram. And here is zoning, and zoning similarly reflected what was shown in the framework plan land use map. So, and the land use diagram and the zoning map are essentially the same for the area covered by Liberty. So with that as the stage setter, I'm going to ask Justin to come up and again talk about the documents that you're being asked to consider tonight for adoption, some of the actions that are associated with each of those documents. So with that, come on up.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. For my part of the project, we'll cover the specific plan. So what is the specific plan? It is enacted by state law to provide greater specificity under the general plan for geographical area, a special interest or value. It provides tools to implement general plan, but it's not part of the general plan. It can be initiated, prepared by a private entity or a government agency. In this case, it was privately initiated. The other two we have is Washington and Bridge District, which were both government started. Required in the following is a land use map or diagram, description of the infrastructure necessary to serve proposed land uses, development standards, explanation on how the land use regulations, development standards, infrastructure improvements will be implemented, including financing measures. So we did a financing review of the project, and that is reflected in the specific plan. PFFP summed that up. We explained the relationship of the specific plan to the applicable general plan. Once adopted, the specific plan becomes a regulating document that would ultimately be in charge of review and effectuating that by the city, or any development that would come after would be judged and reviewed against the plan in conformancy, as the document will be the regulating document to oversee that development throughout its life cycle. The private stakeholders also have a key role in this, as the document does provide them the roadmap and the approvals. Should they follow them, then when they come in following the plan, you effectively have the approvals needed long-term. If you want to amend things, that's a different process, but generally, when you follow the plan, the specific plan gets very specific on where things are located, the zoning, the land use map, commercial, residential, and the breakdown of the density type. So in the binder, as well as on the website, we've broken this down into the 14 chapters that the specific plan will encompass and located in your binder. So this will live in the city, in our documents, as well as on the website, just like Bridge District has for, since it was adopted in 2009. Under the land use designations, we depict those in the specific plan to provide specificity of the land use types, similar to the general plan designations, but with the specific plan, you can specify your own unique general plan designation like land uses. The basis for determining land use consistency of development proposals moving forward, again, when we receive any applications, it would be regulated and reviewed against the adopted project. The detailed description of based upon product types, we'll talk about, show that more. This provides the basis for development of architectural and design standards. These would be replacing the Southport design guidelines for just the project area, Liberty. You have zoning-like specifications which describe the permitted uses, the lot size, lot area, building height, setback, parking, like you have currently in the zoning ordinance itself. These are just specific to Liberty. In the areas that Liberty is silent, the zoning ordinance would then be the default document to regulate. The architectural themes that the applicant has provided would be farmhouse interpretive and contemporary cottage. So anything that would come forth would be reviewed against the designs that would meet those standards. Architectural details would include, facade, composition, porches, roofing materials, building massing, garages, doors, windows. It can also be utilized to address building styles adjacent to existing buildings, like for like. So this is the land use plan regulatory map that Liberty is proposing for the project. On the left is the land use plan, which is the general plan-esque land use designation for the project. And then the development type is on the right-hand side. Whereas it is requesting a modification or an amendment to the general plan and the framework plan, it is a reconfiguration of what you saw in the earlier maps. However, it still produces and advances the spirit of the intent. This is just a different format, slightly arranging it, but carrying the same original idea forward. The specific plan adoption itself is under the authority of the council per recommendation from the Planning Commission. They have the authority to adopt it, and it would require a hearing at Planning Commission. Will actually require two for its entire review process. The Planning Commission has primary responsibility to provide the council recommendations and have at least a public hearing, which we are performing tonight. It provides state law permits adoption either by resolution or by ordinance. However, due to the fact that it is zoning-like regulations and specifications, we are required to adopt it by ordinance instead of resolution. Moving forward, general plan and Southport framework plan amendments. As I mentioned, there is needing to amend these documents in order to provide consistency between those. As state law requires a specific plan to be consistent with the general plan, you can amend the general plan to be consistent with the specific plan that is covered under this document as proposed. The specific plan itself is consistent with the general plan policies and programs and the Southport Framework Plan, so none of the text is required. It's just the reorientation of the land uses within the project area. And that, it's bullet point 3. Essentially, it rearranges those to be consistent, but the text itself remains intact. And then the reconfiguration on land use types also includes the land use designation, which would be the zoning, and they have been corrugated to be most consistent with the current general plan. However, they are proposing their own land use designations as part of the project. On the left-hand side, you see the current general plan, land use, and on the right, the project as proposed, where you still have the urban core density of the village concept around the PQP of the larger segment, the ring road. You have the commons in the center, and the higher density project mostly in the center ring. And outflowing from that, you still have the densities as they go lower to the edges, with LR being on the southern flank and the northern flank, the low density residential as well, interfacing with the existing built environment. Again, here's the existing framework plan on the left. That's compared to what is being requested as part of this entitlement process. You can tell all the roadway network that was existing is consistent. The plan itself from the framework plan, as you can see on the left, showed 3 roadways connecting to Davis Road. Village Parkway on the eastern edge connects. However, the project's been designed to only have one connection to Stonegate instead of the additional one that was shown in the middle. Part of the project also includes rezoning. Just as it requires it to be consistent with the general plan, it also needs to be consistent with local zoning, and that comes further refined underneath the general plan. As proposed, the specific plan would essentially replace the design standards in the zoning ordinance, zoning code, provisions. So you would refer to the specific plan for guidance on the standards incorporated in there. When the zoning ordinance was updated in roughly 2019, there was, because this was already being in process, we included a provision if the project were to be approved, it would be under 17-15-030 was a placeholder for the specific plan. Washington and Bridge District are already in there as approved documents. So what will happen is the land use classification shown on the city zoning map would basically have a white box, and it would say refer to the specific plan for any further policy, design standard, land use, zoning, and land use types, down to the land use matrix you are familiar with in the zoning ordinance. It's all included in the specific plan. Another piece of the project includes a development agreement, which is an agreement between the city and the applicant. It provides a greater level of certainty than the normal permit approval. The document that doesn't require a nexus of what you're requesting, long as both parties agree to it. So it grants assurances to the applicant that may proceed with the development. It provides orderly planning of public improvements and services, allocates costs to maximize public and private resources, ensures enhancement and protection of the the environment. Negotiated between the applicant and the city is based on the city priorities, details of the development agreement and rights the applicant will receive. That's an attachment to the staff report, labels all the proposed development agreement that would ultimately go before council. It does describe the public facilities and services the applicant will construct or contribute to constructing, outlines other financial contributions the project will make to within the project area and within Southport area that wouldn't necessarily be applicable with other mitigation measures. So there requires improvement off-site. The development agreement provides an avenue for us to require those to be done that aren't in the project footprint. The commission, again, is responsible for providing the recommendations to the city council with regards to the development agreement. Effective date, term, and termination is for 10 years. It's an automatic 5-year extension if the applicant constructs and obtains a first building permit for the multifamily affordable housing within the first 10 years. The affordable housing is in phase 1 of the project. And the funding commitments is separate is in addition to the application fees, dedications, easements, and taxes that would be regularly collected. This would be above and beyond. The infrastructure improvements for the entire project is on the applicant or future entity that would come forth to the city to develop it. They would be, if the project was ultimately approved, they have the roadmap to do so and the obligations they would have to follow. Section 10 is affordable housing obligations. 10% of the project would be required to have affordable housing to meet our general plan housing element requirement. The project is committed to doing so under the development agreement. 100 to 120 units of multifamily would occur and be required in phase 1. That would be 50 to 60% of AMI. That is located generally in the central part of the project along Village Parkway. And we have discussed as previous projects, there'll be 30 to 50 single-family homes that would be constructed throughout the life of the project at a market rate of 110% AMI. So there will be home equity that one could establish in those homes moving forward. Financing, again, we did review the project impacts fiscally, what comes in versus what costs are for the development, and that was all encapsulated, which was required by the specific plan, and the public financing plan that was in the specific plan sums that up, and that the document that was required moving forward would be the CFD would be formed between the city and our finance department ultimately to develop that moving forward. It's not the first CFD we have in town, but this is the first project we have reviewed that I'm aware of where we reviewed the project with the fiscal costs in mind first before bringing the project forward to see that the costs are neutral to the city. And the project before you tonight that is a planning commission staple is a tentative map. This one's a vesting tentative subdivision map. The difference between the vesting and a subdivision map is this would lock the fees normally. However, in the development agreement, those are waived as part of the negotiated document. So they will pay the fees at the time of when they pull the permit. The detailed maps, lot dimension, phasing, utility plan, drainage, sewer, all part of documents you've seen times on other projects before. This is done in great specificity to provide you. These are tentative map. This tentatively shows the project as laid out and design work. A final map would be required if the map was ultimately approved to then refine those. Also includes a tree survey as well. In attachment 9 of the map does include, conditions of approval that are general standard conditions placed upon the project, as with any map conditions, and those are attachment 9 of your report. The map itself is the responsibility of the commission. The decision is appealable to the city council. On the right is the illustrative plan that shows the breakdown, a little easier to read with the color coding of the unit type. On the left is the map itself, which is part of your document review and ultimately make a decision and recommendation on. As you can see, the phasing of the plan here shows generally building from north against the Stone, Linden Acres, folks on Redwood, and Parlin Ranch, moving to phase 2, which would incorporate relocating the detention basin to its ultimate constructed location for the drainage standards in Southport. And that would require in phase 2 to connect to Davis Road. Upon connecting to Davis Road in the development agreement, it does require full roadway improvements to current standards as updated in the mobility element, and it's agreed to cross-section of the map does define a class 1 bike trail, equestrian trail on the north side of the project to the south of the estate lots, and then curb sidewalk gutter, and it would require filling in the current detention, or not detention, excuse me, the drainage swale that's on the north side of the project, Davis Road. That would be filled in, and that will all become a class 1 trail that would connect to Clarksburg branch line and would then connect to Village Parkway as well. And then phase 3 would finish out in the southeast corner. Again, the little notch in phase 1 on the eastern edge is where the multifamily located for the first phase. This breaks down the units in the different phases and then the unit counts for each of the product types as proposed. And generally phase 1 is, looking around 571 units. The development agreement is tied to unit count, and there are certain triggers that would be required in the development agreement on the unit count. So that's why we tied the development agreement to unit count as opposed to phasing, because phasing could change, but this is the way it's proposed. Total units is 1,503, roughly 1,200 lots. That includes the commercial lots, the through trails, and as well as the residential lots themselves. I know it's a little hard to see, but here's the street section, cross sections. You had those in the cut sheets of the Vesti map that I handed out. It's a little easier to read digitally on the website than up here, but you can tell Davis Road, Linden Road, cross sections are provided that state the bike lane, landscaping, sidewalk, the travel lane, and moving forward, any improvement would be required to be in conformance with this. I should note on the southern end in phase 2, the project would also include a roundabout at Stonegate and Davis Road. That's been designed as such that it affects no private property other than Liberty and the future project of River Park, which a four-way stop would be required for future build-out. And so the roundabout does address the traffic concerns that were raised, and it's been designed and in your map, as well as the specific plan to show that design, how it works. Here's the last slide of my presentation, includes the, not the entire project site, but a accompaniment of trees that along the spine of the northern end of the property, south of Tamarack, is a large segment of trees that will be retained as part of the project. And there are some trees that are proposed to be saved behind the Redwood folk that was decided or agreed upon today by the applicant as well. So all the trees are identified and rated in health. Most of them are identified as fair. That concludes my portion.
I'm back. I just wanted, I pulled these slides together, and that was just following through on the promise of detail. Wasn't with the expectation that we would review the detail, but there in the vesting tentative subdivision map submittal, there's a lot of detail that operationalizes the other things that are committed to in the plan. So that's why those maps were there. So you all as commissioners have dealt with California Environmental Quality Act previously, CEQA. Any project for which there might be effects on the physical environment needs to go through a CEQA review process. The first determination is whether or not you're going to prepare an environmental document. In the case of Liberty, since it's a pretty consequential undertaking, the decision was yes. In 2017, August of 2017, the draft environmental impact report was published. That describes all of the potential physical effects on the environment that could result from development in accordance with the Liberty specific plan. In 2017, the city, per the statutes, the CEQA statutes and guidelines, made the document available for 45 days to collect comments from the public and other interested agencies or entities. And that document has been posted, I think, continuously since 2017 on the Liberty web page on the city's website. As I mentioned, you prepare a DEIR when you've determined that there are likely to be impacts. The DEIR did indeed find that there were potentially significant impacts. Here's a list of those impacts without mitigation. Covers a pretty big gambit. The DEIR is then obliged to consider what impacts might not be avoidable even with mitigation. And in the case of the Liberty Project, there were, I believe I counted 15 earlier. I have some finger marks on my screen when I did that. And that's the list: aesthetics, air quality, cultural and tribal cultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions, hydrology and water quality, noise, population and housing. I think a third of those conclusions of unavoidable impacts are related to construction-related activities. The balance are impacts that the city just could not conclude would be less than significant, even with mitigation. So the second part of the EIR is the final environmental impact report, and it includes comments that were received during the 45-day review period for the draft EIR back in 2017. Includes responses, the city's responses to those comments, as well as proposed changes to the DEIR that are presented as errata. Those changes may reflect the responses that the city developed to the comments that were submitted. In other cases, there were things that we just caught along the way and said we need to update that. In conjunction with your action on the vesting tentative map, you will also have responsibility for certifying that the draft EIR has addressed the substantive requirements of CEQA as well as the procedural requirements. So because you're the primary responsibility and you're going out first ahead of the council and acting, you'll take on the responsibility to certify the EIR. The council, when it takes its actions, will rely on your certification to move forward in compliance with CEQA. I didn't change that slide. I didn't change that slide or that slide. I did on my notes, I'm sorry. So this is all what I've just spoken to. Sorry about that. So in cases where there indeed have been impacts that were determined to be significant and unavoidable, even with mitigation, the city has to adopt findings of fact and or statements of overriding consideration that explain why the city is willing to accept those impacts in light of other considerations. And state law sets up different categories of findings that would explain why economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations would outweigh the consequences on the physical environment. The statement of overriding considerations in support of those findings cites the project benefits that the city considers important enough to accept those significant and unavoidable impacts. And again, there were 15 of them, 5 of which were related to the construction of the project. Another obligation that the city has is when it identifies mitigation measures in the environmental document, and that's in the draft EIR, there's an obligation to pay attention to those, not to just say, hey, we're done. So the way the city does that is to develop a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and that consists of a matrix that identifies the actions, identifies when and by whom those actions will be taken, and how they're going to be monitored over time. So the EIR is a dynamic, the CEQA process for the Liberty Project is dynamic, and that dynamism is accounted for in the periodic monitoring and reporting on the implementation of the mitigation actions, or the mitigation measures. So that's it for all of the documents and all of the actions. I wanted to move forward now and talk about what I had mentioned earlier, and that is some of the comments that were received in advance of and during your workshop on June 6th. So with your permission, I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. So again, well, for everybody's edification, I think I've already mentioned it, the June 6th workshop was an informational workshop. It was not a public hearing. It was something that the city felt was important to conduct because this is a pretty consequential project. It does have a lot of dimensions. It's pretty complicated. We felt it would not have been prudent to just jump right into the hearing process. It wouldn't have been fair to you because of the amount of information you have to consider in making your decisions and developing your recommendations, but it also wouldn't have been fair to the community not to begin with some opportunity to preview what's going on and for an opportunity for them to make initial comments. At that workshop, or prior to the workshop, we received 5 letters and messages. During the workshop, we had testimony from 6 members of the public. And then we also entertained your questions and comments. And what I'm about to go through is the sort of a categorized reading of the general nature of the comments we received and staff's response to those comments. The first was, I mentioned Resolution 0663 and the framework it sets up for the city's consideration of land use or development applications. Specifically in this case, the chair of the commission requested that the applicant prepare a response to how the project conforms with the provisions of Resolution 0663. That is included in the staff report as attachment 10. When the applicant speaks, he may or may not address his opinions of that conformity, but we've deferred to him. We think that he and the applicant and his team did a good job of tracking their project and how it relates to the provisions of 0663. Thank you. Appreciate it. So there's that. That was the first category of comments. The second, there were quite a few questions about land use consistency with the existing general plan and zoning, and those concerns persist through the letters that you've received or the correspondence you've received in advance of this meeting. And specifically, there were concerns that in the westernmost part of Liberty, the densities reflected in the land use plan and the development type maps exceeded what was envisioned in the framework plan, as now reflected in the general plan land use diagram that Justin just talked about. And the particular concerns in that area is for the 6,000 square foot lots in the area that's designated in the general plan as low density residential and zoned R1B, which is residential one family. And I'm going to get into something that's a little bit arcane, and it's a point that's been made by some of the folks who've commented on the project. And that's the distinction between gross density, which is how both the general plan and the zoning code specify density. I selected some pretty simple geometry from the land use or from the illustrative land use map from the specific plan to walk this through. And you can see on the far left figure is the two blocks that I selected, and then I've worked out in the two figures to the right how gross density works and how net density works. And again, the city's general plan and zoning operate according to gross density, and that is very typical in areas that are largely undeveloped, where there is not an existing roadway network, there are not existing parkways or green spaces identified. So the idea is that you take an area and identify it and determine what number of units could go inside that entire area. So the diagram in the middle shows that those blocks cover approximately, well, not even approximately, based on my math, they cover 13 acres. There are 46 units on those lots, proposed for those lots. That works out to 3.5 units per gross acre. And if you look at the density range of 1.1 to 6, that falls almost exactly in the middle of that density range. Now, part of the confusion, and believe me, this confusion exists a lot of places where I've worked. When you look at net density, which is after you've accounted for streets and alleys and greenways, what you end up with on these two blocks is 7.4 net acres. So you have 46 units on 7.4 net acres. That amounts to 6.2 units per acre. So that's how that equation works, and I know it gets a little bit complicated. In the staff report, we included a citation concerning an area that was brought to our attention, and I assumed, and this is pretty typical of places I've worked, that you can take out 20% of the land, the gross area, and get to a net developable acreage. In this case, it's even greater. The gross to net density reduction is even greater. So For this example, 3.5 units per gross acre equates to 6.2 units for net acre. So continuing on with other concerns, one of the major concerns expressed prior to and at the workshop was traffic, and it's their general concerns for the carrying capacity of the existing and proposed roadway network in Southport, given the big three projects that we know are moving through the process. The draft DIR for the Liberty specific plan did an analysis based on thresholds that it's established, not for just this project, but for other city projects, and determined that with the improvements that are committed to, that the future network, as contributed to by the project, would be capable, the future roadway network would be capable of efficiently and safely accommodating traffic. There's also, and this has been a concern forever, I mentioned when the city was first incorporated, there was only one way to get out of Southport to the north, and that was on the Jefferson Bridge. There are now three ways to get out, but concerns for emergency evacuation continue to be legitimate. You know, what would happen if there were a flood or some other sort of catastrophic event? How would people who live in Southport or work in Southport get out of town? The city has worked with Yolo County Office of Emergency Services and has identified evacuation routes and scenarios that would be activated depending on the sort of event that would happen. So the concerns for safety and emergency operations, we think have been covered through the collaboration between the city and Yolo OES. The other thing, the Liberty project, and this in part explains why the gross to net density equation nets so much acreage out. It's a very connected community. There are lots of ways to move around, and that was done intentionally by design, and that intent was in part to address some of the city's objectives with respect to establishing connectivity both within the project and to areas adjacent to the project. And again, that was something that was, as I mentioned earlier, affirmed in the update of the general plan mobility element earlier this year. And finally, Justin mentioned this, through the course of developing the project and identifying how traffic would be accommodated, there was quite a bit of attention paid to Davis Road as the transitional edge between the northeast and southeast villages as depicted in the framework plan. And the applicant, through the design process, concluded that there will be one access point on the southern edge, and that will be at Stonegate. Upon further review, and this was in part inspired by some of the comments made at the workshop, we worked with the applicant, and this has explained in part why we're coming back in October after having met in June for the workshop, to refine what's depicted for that intersection to ensure that a roundabout, which tends to have cause fewer nuisances, tends to manage safety very well, and it's not a big imposition of infrastructure. It's not a giant signal. So the city, working with the applicant, concluded that that's a good approach to managing the southern access to Liberty and the northern access to River Park. So that was traffic. Infrastructure services, timing and costs. There were quite a few people, and there continue to be quite a few people who were concerned that, first, that the project is designed in a way and has associated design that ensures that sufficient infrastructure will be provided, and that's sewer, water, drainage, the roadway network, as well as services, police, fire, public safety writ large. as well as parks and recreation and the services or the support that needs to be contributed to those. Through the mechanisms that are established or the programs that are part of or commitments that are part of the Liberty Project, that includes the development agreement, the tentative subdivision map, the plan itself, the conditions of approval, the mitigation monitoring reporting program, the public facilities financing plan, which Justin referred to, and the phasing plan. We think we've handled that pretty well, and we've ensured that the applicant, in preparing the material that they submitted to the city and which we're forwarding to you, covers all of that sufficiently. Whoops, that's a duplicate slide, so I get to go past that one. You may have noticed that this first slide had fewer words. I was doing my best to eliminate words just to comport with good practice and so that I could say less. One of the commenters in advance of the workshop expressed a concern for migratory bird habitat, and namely the Pacific Flyway. This area, which is currently undeveloped, attracts quite a bit of activity, natural activity. So the EIR recognized that and cited a few things that the state has worked on. One is the California Essential Habitat Connectivity Project, and the other is identification of natural landscape blocks and essential connectivity areas that allow movement between those natural landscape blocks. So the EIR identifies where those blocks are, how the state has defined things. The Liberty area itself, in spite of the fact that it's open, in spite of the fact that it has the existing drainage basin, which will attract birds, is not considered an essential component of the Pacific Flyway. Nonetheless, the applicant will be contributing funding to support the Habitat Conservation Plan and Natural Communities Conservation Plan. And that would include contributions to support wetlands, retention of wetlands that are used for migrating waterfowl. Almost done. So dewatering, some of the folks in Southport had an unfortunate experience when the Regional Sanitation District, which is on the other side of the river, developed a lower northwest interceptor through the Southport area. And those unfortunate circumstances were effects on the wells in the area. Some were dried up and some had casings collapse. So one of the members, actually I think it was more than one member of the public, said, what's this project going to do to that? First, with respect to the groundwater supply or groundwater, the Liberty Project will not rely on groundwater. It will rely exclusively on surface water. So there will be no drilling. There are no wells in the physical area covered by Liberty. So no wells will be affected. But more importantly, the infrastructure that's necessary to support Liberty is much smaller than the lower northwest interceptor, which is what caused the problems before. And in evaluating the potential effects on groundwater and I think by extension dewatering, the EIR concluded that there will be no effects, didn't even really address it. And that's in part, I think, because the standard specifications that the city applies to any project require that before anything can move forward, it has to account for the effects on water by preparing a water control plan. So the end of the story there is any digging and associated dewatering necessary to develop the pipes in the ground for Liberty will comply with the city's commitments to account for potential effects. And we've concluded that there are not going to be any effects. one more thing. There's actually Planning Commissioner Jackson, who's unfortunately not here tonight, asked a question about the relationship between residential designations that had been in the area that's now covered by the setback levy, and specifically a concern that when the setback levy was identified, any residential capacity he was concerned might have been transferred to the balance of the area, thereby increasing the density. In the case of Liberty, that's not a concern. The Liberty project never reflected any residential uses in the area that's currently where the setback levy is, or to the east of the Village Park. So with that, I'll quickly describe the recommended actions. Slide. Keep going on my notes here. So staff recommendation, recommended actions in your staff report. And I have to disclose that these, all of the resolutions cited on this slide accurately reflect the attachments to the staff report. A few of the references in the staff report are a little bit off, and I'll tell you where. But there are basically 3 actions that we're recommending the commission take. First is to, through Resolution 24-6PC, which is in your staff report as Attachment 11. That's to certify the final environmental impact report. That includes both the draft and the final documents that constitutes the final EIR. To adopt the findings of fact and statements of overriding consideration, and to adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So that'll be the first action. Then we move to the recommendations that you will be passing along to the City Council. That is your Resolution 24-7PC, covers 3 ordinances that the Council will consider, 2413, 2414, and 2416, and 1 resolution of the Council, that's 2494. So in order, those are adoption of the Liberty Specific Plan, amendment of the zoning map and zoning code, and the Southport Framework Plan. This is where things got a little bit confusing because we had a separate resolution for the Southport Framework Plan, but it occurred to somebody smart late in the day that that needed to be done by ordinance. So we included that with 2414, Ordinance 2414. Resolution 2494 is would be the council's action to amend the general plan land use diagram. And then Ordinance 2416 would be the council's action to approve the development agreement. And the final action that that you have before you is approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map. That's Resolution 24-8PC, which is included as Attachment 17. There is a provision in here, because all these things fit together, that that approval would be conditioned on the council's approval of the actions recommended under 24-7PC. So those 3 ordinances and 1 resolution. If the council does not approve those, then it sort of nullifies the purpose of the tentative subdivision map to operationalize everything else. So with that, 8:01, commission questions and comments. We'll defer to the acting chair as to how you want to proceed from here.
Thank you. So as mentioned, we have the applicant here, commissioners, and we also have quite a few public comments. If we don't have questions right now, we can reserve our right to call on the applicant as well as take on public comment and have an opportunity after all of that is said and done to pose any questions that we have, either of staff, the applicant, or public commenter. Any objections? Great. Before we proceed with that organization of business to get us to the end of the day, does anybody need a bathroom break? Because we have been sitting in these seats now for 2 hours. Staff, can we please take a 5-minute break to relieve ourselves and get more water. And I would encourage the public to do so as well. Thank you.
5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes.
Good call.
Knee replacement surgery on her left knee. 3 weeks.
For Liberty? No, it hasn't started, so you should be fine. You're welcome. And that's the part I'm good with it if you are. Okay. Oh, okay. Then that'll be fine.
That was authoritative.
order, so I'm glad that I got the opportunity to give the old gavel a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so prior to our short break, I think I walked us through that the commissioner's preference is that we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant next, and then we'll take a public comment, and then we will open it up for questions, comments from the commissioners. So at that time, we welcome the applicant. And Mr. Teeple, before we get started here,
Yes,
I do want to provide some guardrails on timing. And so I want to just ask you first, do you have any idea, have you already started crafting more or less the presentation that you want to provide to us today?
16 minutes and 43 seconds,
Oh, let me write that down.
plus or minus. I'm an engineer type, so I have to have that plus or minus in there.
I appreciate that. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, members of the commission, city staff, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Terry Teeple, and I've had the privilege of being the project manager of Liberty since its inception 17 years ago. This experience was enhanced by the opportunity to work with my client and owner of the property, the Pack family. It was acknowledged earlier that, and I would like to acknowledge that David Pack, a member of the family, is with us tonight, and I appreciate that. 17 years ago, after just one interview with the Pack family, I knew something could be very special about this opportunity. It was made very clear to me they did not want an ordinary development. Rather, they desired to plan extraordinary development and that would be a legacy to their family. They are not builders and they are not developers. They are a landowner and have been since 1978 of this property. We accomplished the goal that they set before me. Liberty is an award-winning master plan community that weaves together 10 different product types, totaling 1,350 dwelling units on approximately 342 acres, 6.7 miles of trails, 58.9 acres of public parks and green belts, and a 9.8 acre much-needed community park. While planning the community park will require final programming by the city via community outreach meetings, preliminary placeholders include Little League and soccer fields, potentially a multi-purpose pavilion, a dog park, and ample parking. There are, as you saw in one of staff's slides, 371 existing mature trees on Liberty, and our site planning efforts, including saving as many of those trees as possible, which we have done. This is especially the case when existing trees are located on or near common property lines with neighbors immediately adjacent to Liberty. Our team has participated in over 90 community outreach meetings with the goal of listening to our neighbors and organizations in West Sacramento and beyond. This resulted in a Liberty site plan designed with the consensus of numerous stakeholders. Like all of you, we have worked through a recession, the design and construction of the much-needed 6.1 mile setback levee, and further delays from the COVID pandemic. The Liberty site plan has essentially not changed in nearly 10 years, but for two very important improvements. About 18 months ago, your city manager contacted me. His goal was to see if Liberty could accelerate the construction of much-needed affordable housing. We agreed with that need and rolled up our sleeves and to meet that challenge. The result of our collective efforts is now 100 to 120 affordable rental apartments will be made available at 50 to 60% of area median income. Most importantly, these units will be permitted and constructed within Phase 1 of Liberty. This is memorialized in Section 10 of the Development Agreement. Recall that you conducted your very productive Planning Commission public workshop on Liberty June 6th past. As reflected in your current staff report, some of the correspondence was received by the city in writing, and some who spoke at the meeting expressing concern for vehicular speeds on Davis Road adjacent to Liberty at build-out. Educated as a civil engineer, this concern resonated loudly with me. A few days later, I proactively contacted city staff requesting Liberty design and construct a roundabout at the future intersection of Davis Road and Stonegate Drive, as you've heard from staff tonight. This roundabout would look very similar to those now built on Village Parkway. The facts bear out that roundabouts significantly reduce traffic accidents, both minor and major injury related, improve air quality, and most importantly, they're extremely effective in calming and slowing traffic. City staff is present with us this evening and will support the design and construction of the proposed Davis Road Stonegate Drive roundabout. The obligation for Liberty roundabout is memorialized in section 7.5.3 of the Liberty Development Agreement. Our efforts over the years have included that our land planning and engineering team have earned numerous endorsements from important agencies and nonprofit organizations in West Sacramento and the Sacramento region. These letters are among the Liberty materials you have in your packets, and the endorsements include the Sacramento Tree Foundation, UC Davis Energy Efficiency Center, UC Davis California Lighting and Technology Center, UC Davis Extension 30, Davis Energy Group, Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates, Walk Sacramento, and the West Sacramento Chamber of Commerce. The letter from the Chamber of Commerce, dated May 15, 2024, states the following in part, and I quote, "The West Sacramento Chamber of Commerce supports well-planned development projects that include a diverse mix of new dwelling opportunities." It goes on to state, the Liberty project, and projects like it, comply with the overall provisions of the city's general plan and Southport Framework Plan in the Northeast Village. They go on to say, the West Sacramento Chamber asks you, the Commission, for your support in moving this well-planned project forward to completion for economic viability of our community. City staff has already received letters and emails in support of Liberty. This evening, you will hear from other speakers that also support Liberty. Others went on record at your June 6th workshop in support of Liberty. We have long advocated a transparent and thorough community outreach effort that has served Liberty and the city of West Sacramento very well. This evening, you will likely also hear from a few residents of the Perella Estates neighborhood and/or their attorney. This enclave consists of large homes recently built on 1-acre lots several hundred feet from Liberty's westerly boundary. Not long ago, it was brought to my attention that these residents desired to meet with me, and I naturally accommodated that request. On June 31st, Jerry Gonzalez, the landscape architect and member of our team, met with some of the Perella Estates residents in one of their homes. Though congenial, the meeting centered on these residents asking that we revise our site plan along the westerly boundary to enhance their views of Liberty. Following the June 31st meeting, I instructed our team to put together several exhibits that would factually show the following. And by the way, these exhibits have been provided to the city and in your packets. One, the 23 6,000 square foot lots long planned along the westerly boundary are consistent with the city's general plan, the Southport Framework Plan, and Resolution 0663. Two, Liberty does not share a common boundary or property line with Perella Estates. Further, Perella Estates and Liberty are actually separated by the existing physical barriers of a mature tree line, the 100-foot wide Clarksburg Branch Line Trail, the railroad ditch, and one of our streets in Liberty, which has a 56-foot right-of-way. Perella Estates and Liberty are in the same northeast quadrant as you've seen by staff tonight of the Southport Framework Plan. As such, there are no requirements for a village transition between Liberty and Perella Estates. For reference, and by way of example, Davis Road is, as staff reported, a physical barrier between the northeast and southeast quadrants in the Southport Framework Plan. Liberty has respected this by working cooperatively with the city staff and existing residents south of Davis Road to effectuate a village transition, meeting the intent of Resolution 0663 as reported by your staff. These few Perella Estates residents recently hired Mr. Kiesling to represent them after I politely refused to revise our site plan that, as I mentioned, has not undergone substantive revisions for nearly 10 years, except to accommodate affordable housing, apartments in Phase 1, and incorporation of the roundabout on Davis Road, as I mentioned earlier. In advance of any communications, I provided Mr. Kiesling with what we call the Perella Court Special Study Exhibits prepared by our team. Over the past several weeks, Mr. Kiesling and our land use attorney and I have discussed the unreasonable and unwarranted demands of his client via telephone conversations, video conference, and correspondence. Leading up to the all-important Liberty public hearing this evening, I felt it necessary that you know what has been going on, and by providing you with factual background. To that end, I sent an email to Justin Hardy dated October 10, 2024, which he in turn forwarded to all of you on the commission. In my email, including the Perella Court Special Study Exhibits, I provided the history and dialogue between those few Perella Court residents, Mr. Kiesling, their attorney, and our attorney and me. As can be substantiated by your city staff, the land planning as shown on the westerly boundary of Liberty is compliant with the city's current general plan and zoning regulations. The exhibits that I have attached to my October 10 email show the distances from the rear of the existing Perella Estates homes to the front of the homes planned on the 23 6,000-foot lots in Liberty that range between 377 and 518 feet. We neither share a common property line, nor are our properties adjacent in any way. Our land planning included fronting our 23 6,000-square-foot homes towards the Clarksburg Branch Line Trail so as to have what we call eyes on the trail. This responsible land planning is called crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED. CPTED has been incorporated throughout Liberty so as to provide public surveillance of parks, open space, and in this case, trails. Regrettably, I have had to take your time this evening to provide you with an overview of this unfortunate situation. Simply put, the assertions, demands, and threats made on behalf of a few Perella Estate residents, and particularly their attorney, are without merit. I trust you two will not give credence to their unwarranted demands. Only a few days ago, I was contacted by a few residents that live on Redwood Avenue. Like the 4 residents in Bastogne Court that we do share a common property line with, Redwood Avenue residents have concerns about preservation of several large trees along our common boundary, as well as our plan currently allowing 2-story homes behind them. I and other members of our team have met and/or spoken to several of these residents in the last 48 hours when this issue first arose. Like Bastogne Court, we will work with them, with these Redwood Avenue residents, to craft and record individual agreements that meet our mutual interests. You will hear from some of them this evening. It is not their intention to delay the Planning Commission's approval of the Liberty land use actions before you tonight. My client and I are committed to this process, just as we did with Bastogne Court, and realize that it will result in mutually agreeable agreements. I would respectfully request time for me and other members of our team to respond to any questions from you, city staff, or members of the public. I also want to make it sure that some folks in the audience, while the staff did an extraordinary job of laying out the roadmap of what you are charged with tonight, we are not yet at City Council and not yet totally approved, and I want to make sure that people understand that. I want to thank you very much, and I trust we've earned your support on Liberty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teeple. If I can ask staff, how many public comments do we have?
21.
And are all 21 public commenters present?
I believe so. I haven't seen anyone leave.
Okay. So public comment time is 3 minutes. And in the event that the 3 minutes is up, I will allot for 1 extra minute for each commenter. To Mr. Teeple's point, I respect and understand that you would want to have a chance to respond to said comments. It's my belief that inherently, once we get to commissioner comments and questions, that the same presenters may be asked to come up and respond to those questions. At that time, should you, commissioners, want to also ask Mr. Teeple to come up and have an opportunity to respond, I think that might be the best opportunity to do that. Does that make sense? Any thoughts, comments? City staff, any thoughts or comments? Great. We're ready for the first public comment step. Thank you.
Tom McDuffie, and Mr. McDuffie did submit a hard copy of a comment and a photo. If it pleases the chair, would we be able to pass that to the commissioners to review?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McDuffie?
Thank you. My name's Tom McDuffie. I'm a native of West Sacramento, retired from West Sacramento. I have family on the wall. I like Mr. Teeple, but I like my friends, neighbors, and family on Davis Road better. Here's mine. We strongly appeal to you, the city of West Sacramento, to hear the voices of the residents who have vested interests in your decisions regarding access to Davis Road. It was addressed in the Environmental Impact Report that Davis Road is a 50-foot farm road. I'd like to report that Davis Road is only 21 feet wide. and that 21 feet is under deed to the benefit of the property owners on the south side of the storm ditch drain. In the beginning, Davis Road provided access to County Road 139. That was South River Road. The only access to South River Road in the early years was Linden Road, Davis Road, and Gregory Avenue. These roadways were generally used by farmers moving farm equipment, their families, farm workers, and a few fishermen accessing their boats at the local boat marinas on the river. Where did our historical view of the Sacramento River go? It's gone. Did we reach our goal of the 200-year floodplain? Along came the setback levy for riverbank stabilization and flood control. River Road became Village Parkway. It was lowered to the base of the levee and now reaches north of Sacramento Avenue, resembling Jefferson Boulevard. Jefferson Boulevard is heavily traveled and substandard for its use as an aged state highway, now locally owned by the city. Vehicles looking for an easier and quicker way to and from work or town are using Davis Road. From Village Parkway via Highway 50 off-ramp, including the Capitol Bridge, the I Street Bridge, to the South River Road becoming Village Parkway, accessing Davis Road. Traveling west, diverting traffic to the Freeport Bridge and Marshall Road. This act was granted to the public by the City of West Sacramento without permission. The city claims to have dedication approval over Davis Road from the property owner, according to Davis Tilley. I'm not going to say this is not true. I'm going to ask, is this true? Please provide these documents. In closing, subdivisions oversee providing their own roadways within their subdivisions. Why is the city trying to hand over the people's restricted access to Davis Road to these developers for their use? We say, no way. Let's talk more about the buffer zone separating, is that me? I'm done. Separating Davis Road from the developments. Review the standards for the major Southport development, and you've got the rest of my stuff you'll have. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
You got a minute.
I got a minute?
Yeah.
You know, you've had to put a lot of effort in this the past 7 years. I regret that we, the people who live out there, especially on Davis Road, this is the first opportunity we've had to hear most of this. I would ask that you hold in abeyance approvals until we have been granted our 200-year status floodplain, which was one of the requirements in the environmental impact report requiring to benefit development. The road that you see coming down through the subdivision that they call something Gateway, that was the only access granted to the Southwest Interceptor as access easement to get their pipe across Davis Road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker. Thank you.
Alexander Hampton.
And would you like us to give them 4 minutes or the 3 minutes? Because you mentioned an extra.
Yeah, it'd be 4 minutes. Yeah.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Alexander Hampton, North Carl Carpenters, Field Representative. I first came to West Sacramento in 1978. Been in the Sacramento area, you know, it's amazing to see the growth in this city. Today, I would like to speak about the prevailing wage. I'm hoping that prevailing wage will be part of this project here and into the agreement. The reason why is that, you know, I've noticed that there are schools, there's also water facilities, parks, portable housing. West Sacramento and developers need responsible contractors to build these projects. having responsible contracts allows the workers who are working on these projects to earn a decent wage, health care, also local hires. So you have the people of West Sacramento getting employed. That will also help the environment and the traffic here. You won't have anybody coming out of town. You know, you have people right here that give back into the community. Also, apprenticeship. That's a big part of the prevailing wage because you allow education to become part of it. Also, safe working areas on the projects. Responsible contractors do that. Just want to mention a little bit about my life too as well. When I was an apprentice, my first job was at a certain hospital. I had a brain aneurysm when I was 15 in high school. Went to a coma, had to learn how to read, write all over again. And so my first job was at the very same hospital that saved my life. So I have a lot of, thanks for the apprenticeship and how it changed my life, and it also changed my family's life. So when you do have apprenticeship and you do have prevailing wage and you have all those benefits for the working class person, this is what happens. It changed lives. And that's why I would like the commission to consider that moving forward in this project. And thank you very much.
Don Finocchio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My history in West Sacramento began in 1917 when my father came here and moved into Gregory Avenue, where he bought a little piece of property and built a house, actually moved a house there, and started his farming career. He married my mother in 1920, and I was born in 1932. During that time, there in Southport, long before Southport even thought about being Southport, I had an opportunity to live in a very country organization. Anything from 15th Street in West Sacramento South was dark. There were no lights, there were no houses, only farmhouses. During the years, as we moved along, little projects began to grow along Jefferson Boulevard. Jefferson Boulevard even moved. People began to start little city farms along the roadway, and those were all perfect for people to live in. At this particular time, we respect the right that everybody has and desires to have with their own homes. They like them. They like being there. We respect that. We liked our home. A few years back, the city decided that we needed a new setback levy. Before that, we had moved over to the river from Gregory Avenue, and we found that they were going to build a levee right through our property. And that happened. We were one of two families on the river who became associated with the Liberty Project. The reason being that our property that the city did not require for their levy was kind of excess. We contacted, or actually Mr. Teeple contacted us and asked about buying our property. By the time we were done, we had a very close relationship with what we felt was a very, very honest and straightforward group of people who had a great plan. West Sacramento has grown, and it's going to grow some more, and it has to. Ever since that date right up there, it was kind of free-for-all. Now you guys are responsible for making sure that a good project comes along. This particular project is more than just a group of homes. This is a village within a city. It's well-planned, well-organized, and is designed to accept all grades of people. This is one you don't want to let go, guys. You better approve this one. Thank you very much.
Daniel Torbeck.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunities to address these issues. My wife and I live at 2945 Perella Court. Our backyard backs up to the Liberty Specific Plan along with 11 other neighbors. I know the city is interested in more homes and larger tax base. We agree with that. Our intent is not to stop the development, but to ask for a pause in passing proposed development in order to consider the current density of the proposed homes bordering our homes. We all know this plan has been in the works for a very long time. We heard the designers spent time working and meeting with other neighbors bordering the project. In fact, I heard the number was 90 outreaches. We had one short 45-minute where we were told the plan is the plan, live with it. Apparently, those neighbors were happy with the final results because they all won matching densities of their properties with the Liberty Plan. No meetings, discussions were held beyond the short meeting we had with Perella neighborhood people because Perella didn't exist when all of this was going on for so many years. The 1914 plan was, however, in place and should have been considered. Capital Estates was built according to the 1914 plan with acre plus lot sizes. Perella Estates was the obvious addition, yet not considered. While the Liberty Plan had years of delays, Perella Estates was able to be designed and built out to the 1914 plan. We have been living in these homes for over 2 years. Therefore, our request is we be granted the same respect, the same courtesy that the other existing neighborhoods received, and we were granted, and we ask you to pause the project long enough to have the same discussions and subsequent changes made that have matching density housing like all the other bordering neighborhoods. Lastly, I'd like to point out and comment on the discussion about how far these properties are apart. The Perella Estate homes and the property and the distance between the Liberty plans is exaggerated to the point of ridiculousness. The distance called out tonight, as you heard, is in the multi-hundreds of feet. Well, that is when you measure from the back of our house, which means our bedroom windows, our dining room windows, our family room windows, to the front of the houses of Liberty. So it's not hundreds of feet. There's 170 feet of backyard in our home alone, along with all the others or more. So when you take that 170, which is our property, that is, also our privacy, it comes down to a lot less than the hundreds of meters or feet that they're talking about. In fact, it turns out to be nothing more than the trail distance, which is 50 feet. A lot different than the multi-hundred. So in closing, again, we're not here to stop the development. Also, we are not the horrible people as pointed out tonight. We are simply asking that before passage of the current design, we, the owners of Perella Estates, be given the same opportunity to be considered for input. All we're asking for is some matching density issues, as the other neighbors were, to provide input on the borders of our property. We are, in fact, the others, like the others, we are already here. Thank you.
Charles Opferman.
Pardon me. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, staff, appreciate this. I apologize that the comments I'm making are coming at this time rather than at the workshop, as we were adjacent landowners and we did not receive notice of. Sorry, now. Second of all, I would like to commend the developer, the staff, in the thought that they've put into adopting the core values of this development, including family, character, safety, timelessness. I'm going to respectfully request that the approval be amended contingent to addressing some issues that I have observed within the proposed development. First of all, looking at traffic, there are a number of dead-end streets that have been extended as part of the plan. The staff noted the interest in connectedness. Lawson Street, Sierra Road, Tamarack, and Trinity were all noted as roads which had significant impacts. However, if you take a look at the North Edge development, on the northwest side of the site, the dead-end streets all get connected, and as you travel towards the east of the site, those connectivity issues start becoming disconnected. So, for example, Spruce only has emergency egress. There's no connection at Redwood. I can't see a connection at Tamarack. So one side of the site gets disconnected, the other side of the northern edge gets connected. I would also, I commend them for the interest in traffic quelling, noted on the perimeter of the site. However, within the center of the site, the traffic plan says, well, we'll make these connections and then we'll do an analysis afterwards, abate it, and we'll see if we need to do something in terms of traffic quelling. We could eliminate some of those connections, and I'm looking specifically at streets where we have a neighborhood where the traffic is going to be 2.5 times as much as it used to be, and why not turn those connections into emergency egress only? Thank you on that one. On the tree plans, all respect to the arborist, but it's hard for me to tell from the 8.5 by 11, but there appear to be trees that are still within that general neighborhood of those roads that were not included in the tree plan. In terms of energy efficiency, I applaud the initial goals that were established. However, getting better than Title 20, 30% better than Title 24, Part 6, 2008 code. We've come a long way since that point. The California Building Standards Commission will be adopting the 2025 code this December. I hope that the adoption of the Liberty-specific plan does not grandfather any of the buildings or energy efficiency improvements to that, the old code, and they're all current. And I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Z. Wang.
Good evening. I'm Xiaojing Wang, and me.
It's the button right there on the side in the front. Staff will help. Thank you, Justin. There we go.
Okay, I'm too short to see it. Yeah, so we moved here 2 years ago from Colorado. First time we live in California, and our Perella Court neighbors are extremely open and welcome. And so I have to say that we got surprised for this Liberty Plan. And also, this gentleman's presentation is the first time I ever had such a hostile style, and ever since we moved to California. And so because we got caught off the guard, and our neighbor asked, what is the vision of the West Sacramento City? Do they want to build this as another San Francisco or another Sacramento, or you have our own niche? So we went onto the website, and to our big happiness in a way that you say that we wanted to build diverse, good quality of life community. In a way, people come like us, move here because this is a West Sacramento. This is not mini San Francisco. And then we built, just for us and also new neighbors, we build the community together with the city. Liberty can do business in any land, any city, but we stay, you stay, and together we should build the community that benefit to everybody. So there's no justification for one part of the neighbors have respect, another have disrespect. So all we ask is to take time, get our input. I know you have a lot of very smart people in the city leadership, and our neighbor also have very smart people, have good sense, engineer-wise and environmental-wise, and also healthcare. We all care about our community. So that's all I can add.
Dean Chen.
你好 Okay, good. Good evening. So I'm coming here, just want to state some of the facts regarding the Liberty specific plan. So the map here, which you saw on the screen, is a city zone map. You can see right now around the Liberty project, there's several areas which defined by called residential, rural agriculture around this. One is a small northern side, one is the south side, which is a Davie Road. The big part on the west side is where we live, big part. That's the rural area. So based on this definition, they should have the city code, which on their map is on the exhibition 1-5. The city rule coding is around this RRA, residential rural agricultural area. You should have a low residential density new houses next to those areas, right? So those is this city coding, zone coding. However, if you look at the amendment from the Liberty Plan, they have the low residential density house next to Davie Road. Also, they have a low residential houses on the northern side, which is within a small part of the Liberty community. However, if you look at the map here, they are changed. They still put a MR, median residential mark there, along with the west side. So my understanding is their initial intention is to build a higher density on the west side, which is still same as rural area, like other, like Davie Road folks. So this is my question. When they talk about, say, we try to build some of the lower density. However, letter is there, MR on the print, median residential area. So that's the question I want to point out to the community to consider where their initial plan. They really want to blend this new project into existing rural nice community, or do you want to build a much higher density residential unit along west side? Just some of the, I was told, say, some of the on the screen say the 6,000 feet unit is close to no residential, definition. However, if you look at their plan on the table 9-1, definition about the 6,000 square foot, the definition, and in their section 1.5.2.1, the definition, they are still in the medium residential category. So that's I call inconsistency in their plan from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So for the existing Davie Road folks, like our neighbor said, we're happy for them. They get the rural nice plan, the larger unit, new unit next to them. We're happy for them. What we ask is the fairness, consistency, and openness during this development process. That's all we ask. Thank you very much.
Ashley Rossi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ashley Rossi, and my family and I live in Prella Estates. I am disheartened to hear Terry's interpretation of our interactions. That came as a little bit of a shock tonight. I personally, my home, my family, where we live, we back up to the trail and to Liberty. I consider myself and my neighborhood to be a direct adjacent neighbor. If you saw us on the map or you stood on site, I believe you would agree with us. The special exhibits that were mentioned by Mr. Teeple tonight, they are certainly one interpretation, one that was taken from an aerial view of a map. The tree coverage is grossly exaggerated. The measurements, as some of my other neighbors mentioned, are grossly exaggerated. He's using our backyards as his buffer. The backyard, I have a pool and kids in. I thought I was gonna have to come here tonight to tell you that we were not being considered in this plan and like raise our hand, like, wait, what about us? But after being here, I feel like it's been deliberate, that they think that the trail is enough. I do feel like we've come along in recent years and we're an inconvenience, but as of now, we're existing infrastructure. The Liberty specific plan states in section 5211, single family detachments, it kind of talks about the land use plan and established development patterns, and it says it includes the placement of estate lots in areas adjacent to existing low-density residential neighborhoods. Estate lots will accommodate single-family detached units of 1/2 acre and 1/4 acre. So as some of my other neighbors have said, everyone else is getting this treatment, but us. And I don't understand why we're not getting the same treatment. Our ask, or my ask tonight, is just that you postpone the vote and you ask the developer to work with the new neighbors that are there. We're now existing infrastructure, and I think we should be given the same consideration as other people have. So I have submitted a letter with a little bit more detail, but that's what I'm here to point out tonight. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Joseph Rossi.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joseph Rossi. That was my wife. So we live in the same house, backing up to the Liberty specific plan. I think my neighbors have communicated quite a bit already on this, but I think one thing worth pointing out is about the specific plan tool as a tool, right? So obviously this is primarily used by municipalities to design their communities, and not exclusively, of course, and many times private parties bring these specific plans, but in this particular situation, you've got a private entity who is using this tool, and as mentioned before, many of the city staff have been conflicted out of this. So I think you're losing some of that transparency and certainly input from the community and from us specifically. If we did not reach out to Mr. People, we would not have even had an opportunity to discuss our concerns. So I just want to point that out, and I think that we're the largest adjacent community with, in terms of backyards backing up to this project, and we ought to be considered, as part of this process. So, I think other than that, I just want to thank you for your time, and I want to ask that that you guys stay any decisions on this until we're able to come to some kind of agreement with the developer. So, thank you.
Kimber Goddard.
What a great meeting. I haven't seen anything like this in a long time. There's 100 pages here of comments in writing. And look at all the people that came to, I thought I was going to be by myself again, trying to, I don't know, fight the battle of high density, which really is my thing. And I learned this, let me stop and compliment you, Acting Chair Oliveris. I've never seen anybody offer up 4 minutes to the public to speak. Thank you. I've never seen it. And you recognize that these people are here and they want to express themselves. I might just have to apologize for some of my comments. And you started at 6 o'clock too, so we're not here all night. My goodness. I hope it had something to do with me so I can have an extra piece of pie tonight, which I don't need. I thought I should point out that 80% of the density of I call it low-income housing, is front-end loaded in this project, just like the Yarborough plan. We have a city manager who loves what he calls affordable housing. Who wouldn't love affordable housing, or affordable anything? I call it low income, but low market rate housing, high density, sometimes high structurally. It's 80% front loaded in the first phase. No reason for that. It's not required. 10% is required, not 80%. You phase it out over your whole project normally, but not in the Yarborough and in the Liberty project as influenced by what I just heard tonight, our city manager. But I have something much bigger than that to talk about here. A lot of the issues tonight are important, but this one's essential. It sounds like this. Surrounded by water during the winter months, the city of West Sacramento depends on levees for its residents' safety. A failure at any location in the levee system during a 50-year or greater flood event results in an inundation of more than 90% of the entire city, with floodwater up to 20 feet deep. Evacuation routes, including freeway on and off ramps, would be compromised in as little as 2 hours, impacting the ability to get to higher ground in a flat surface area. This is, I put the site in your paperwork, but national engineering firm HDR on their examination of our flood protection for residents and businesses in West Sacramento. SB 5 by state law says you cannot develop this project until you have a 200-year level of flood protection, which you do not have. You are not going to get it by 2025, and you're not going to get it anytime soon. We've been working at it here for 20 years. Notwithstanding some excellent progress with the levee improvements, we're not there. Our Zone X is going to be remapped by FEMA and next year, most probably. They've been promising to do it every year, and we're going to be in an AE, or special flood hazard zone, which is going to stop all development until these levees are taken care of. So much of this is going to be moot. Why are we pushing these big developments down the road in the face of having a potential catastrophic flood without potential to get out of this community? We're building a walk-around community of 1,500 more people right beside the levee. The levee leaks, it seeps, it's got problems. It's a 50-mile round trip, and it's got problems all the way around it, and everyone knows it. FEMA's flood maps presently tell us that where it's expected that West Sacramento, if any failure in any of that 50-mile levee occurred, would inundate the entire city. We're working on it, and on your website for the city, it says we're going to get that done. We're working on it, but it isn't going to happen. not anytime soon. So in the mitigation of this EIR, it says, I'll tell you what, we'll phase this out and hope we don't build anything until we get that 200-year certification. We're just going to go for it and do it anyway. No, that's the wrong approach. Wait it out, get the levy, deal with it correctly and safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Gill.
Well, thank you all for enduring this evening and listening to us. We are a community. We're passionate about Perella Estate. My name is Mark Gill. I live at 3055 Perella Court. I back up to the Clarksburg Trail without vision of trees. This treescape that was visioned is not there. It's wide open space for the better part of the Clarksburg Trail and the Perella Estates. So you guys should come out there and walk and see what they're proposing to put in our backyard. And we'll be their front yard staring into our front yard. So on that, I oppose the Liberty Pacific plan as proposed. I don't oppose the plan, I just oppose it as it is proposed tonight. In particular, I oppose the lack of feathering of densities on the west side, which backs up to the Clarksburg Trail. Liberty has done that feathering for other adjacent low-density neighborhoods. We just ask to be treated the same. That's all. No more, no less. And again, Terry was invited into our home to talk. He said, we'll agree to disagree. That was not a very common, wasn't very complimentary on his part. And after this project's been sitting idle for the number of years that it has, I would think he would have listened more to the people that are living here. We are residents of West Sacramento, here to raise our families. I suggest single-story homes on half-acre lots backing up to the Clarksburg Trail. As Perella Court, homes are single-story on 1-acre lots backing up to the trail. Since the draft EIR was released in 2017, much has changed. I ask more conversation. I ask tonight you continue the Liberty-specific plan as proposed. Thank you for consideration.
Four Waters.
Good evening. My name is Four Waters. Thank you all for waiting it out tonight, listening to all the comments. Super appreciate it. So our house backs up to the Liberty development. We have a 15-foot backyard. That is closer than where I am to you, is where the Liberty development will start. For the last 10 years, I have been super privileged to have that area be a field. It has hawks, it has coyotes, it has rabbits, it has raccoons. The first thing I did was knock down the fence and invite them all in. We have a fountain. They come drink and eat, and there's turkeys back there. It's amazing. I do not want to lose my field. I have been raised in the country all my life. This is the biggest city I've ever lived in. That field is extraordinarily important to me, and I use it all the time. I live in a city. I live inside the urban services boundary. We have to grow, and we're going to grow inside the urban services boundary. I live next to where growth should be. I'm an environmentalist, and this is how we should develop. With Greenbelt, where outside the urban services boundary, and with growth inside the urban services boundary, whether I like it or not. Whether it's 15 feet from my house or not. And I have to say that over the last 10 years, working with Terry, with the family, they have been open, they have been receptive, they have been accommodating, they have listened, they have been available. And I realize, I work in municipalities all over the state, I realize not everybody knows how to engage. I realize that it doesn't always seem like an open process. I realize sometimes people don't know how, or that even something is happening so that they can get their voice in there. I understand how that feels. But I also want to commend this whole project for being amazing and being exactly the kind of developing project we would want in this city, in that they've been open, they've been available. And I also want to say he's not a developer. We keep kind of, the comments tonight were about he's a developer, go anywhere. The Park family is our neighbors. They own that land. They have owned that land for a long time, long before I lived there. And the fact that they've been so willing to engage with people and accommodate and adapt rather than just come in and plop a bunch of big giant buildings back there without thinking about it, without understanding what our needs and space look like, has been really amazing. So I don't want to disrespect anybody's concerns. And I love the fact that there's been so much engagement. I think it will only make this project better. And I hope that engagement continues up until the city council meeting and we continue to make this project better. But I also want to really commend the fact that this is not easy. And I've seen developers in other cities come in and just throw their weight around and not be accommodating. And I think this is what we want in a community. And I want to commend them for that.
Paul Mason.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Paul Mason. I also share a property line with the proposed Liberty Project. Been here in West Sacramento for about 20 years, 10 years in the north part of town, 10 years in this property. When I first became aware of the project, I became very engaged. I'm a professional environmentalist by trade. I've been involved with dozens of CEQA lawsuits and, regularly work in these policy circles. And it's like, man, there's a development right in my backyard. This one's gonna be personal. We're gonna fight this tooth and nail. And then I got engaged in the project and I learned all about it and compared it with the development that we've seen over the last couple of decades in Southport. And it's just so much better. I could not, in good conscience, oppose the project, even though it's in my backyard. It's got, miles of public trails and tens of acres of, public parks and things that, frankly, the development that's happened in Southport over the last quarter century really blew it on. I mean, the neighborhood that we're in, you have to go a long ways to try and find a park to, run around in for a couple of acres. Like, it's a much more thoughtful approach. So as much as I will also, miss having that much open space, it is an area that's going to be developed. It's a responsible place to do the development, and I could not ask for a more thoughtfully developed overall approach to the property. So I'm just here to register my support and appreciation for the openness, and I do have to just compliment Terry in particular. I've dealt with developers and project proponents for decades, and I have never worked with anybody who was more open and transparent and accessible. So that's been my experience for a decade. Thank you.
Ted Henderson.
Surprised my legs still work. Thanks for hearing public comment. We really appreciate it. I, along with a lot of my neighbors on Redwood Avenue, we all back up to Liberty Development. We have seen the field for a long time. We've enjoyed it for many years. And we knew the day would come where it would be developed. And we were hoping that day would be a long time from now. Then we got the public hearing notice and we're like, okay, we got to do something now. Contacted Terry. I've got to say I'm not going to speak for everybody, but my experience, along with you'll hear from others, has been really good. At first we had some concerns with, the multiple stories, setbacks, things like that. That did cause us some concern. You know, I've got an acre, a little bit larger than some of the lots, and you know, I really appreciate how accommodating Terry and the team have been. You know, we've made some initial discussions on some resolutions and adjustments that will be made. You know, I will be happy if we can follow through on those and come to an agreement. Based on the discussions that I've had with Terry, you know, I feel confident that will be the case. But wanted to make sure that, you know, we did have some concerns based on the initial plan. You know, I feel like they've been very accommodating. We're happy as long as those things come to fruition. I'll be happy when these homes go in. Thank you.
Marty Morrison.
Good evening, folks, and thank you for listening to us on the pros and cons of all this. So I'm going to kind of piggyback off of my neighbor, Mr. Ted there. I live on Redwood Avenue there. I have lived with my wife in West Sacramento since '97. We have seen change come and go. We lived off of Jefferson when it was just a 2-lane road. So we have seen, you know, the change come to where we walked our dogs in the fields where a lot of people have their houses now that are sitting in this room. As my neighbor has spoken, we do have concerns about this. There's mention of like 90 meetings that had taken place before this planning had gone on. We weren't made a part of that or haven't been made aware of them, but I must say that in speaking with Mr. Teeple, he has been very communicative. He's been very forthcoming and honest and upright. While we do still have concerns about setbacks because our property does have one of the heritage oaks that's probably been there for over 100 years. He has been willing to work with us, and so we've been very receptive with that. We still have a few issues that we would like to get voiced and heard about, and I'm sure that we can come to an amicable solution with it. So in working and going forward with that, you know, just want to kind of voice our concerns here that we do have some issues, but hopefully we can come to a, you know, conclusion on it and come to an amicable agreement with it. Thank you for your time.
BJ Tanner.
They should say their name when they come. Their name every.
How you guys doing? So I live at 3112 Redwood Avenue. When this did come up, I do say we did have some concerns like the other people on Redwood have said. I do agree with the environmental people. I have seen, and I'm a longtime West Sac resident. I have coached baseball here. I've run travel ball teams, the whole starting lineup on River City, kids that I coach. So this community is very important to me. I do think the development is done right. I think the homes, the pictures that I've looked at, for a long time, I had looked at, you know, West Sacramento just becoming cookie cutter shit houses, to just be honest, shit houses. You know, what's always been nice is the park boulevards, the houses out on the acres and everything. And I think they've really captured a bunch of really good looking homes in here. Like everybody else has said, we do have some big heritage oaks on ours. We talked to them about it. They came out and looked at it. They measured. They realized, hey, you know what? We got to work with you guys. You guys are right. They've been nothing but helpful so far for us, you know, just speaking for us on Redwood. So that has been great. And do like everything that they're doing and hope it goes through. And like I said, our concern, why we're here, we've never done anything this before. We're not professionals on this. You know, we have been told that, hey, you know, you need to at least address it, but I wasn't expecting to show up here and see the email and the back and forth for everybody else to see too. You know, I thought we were concerned, well, are these emails gonna, you know, be legitimate? And here they are. And like I said, we talked outside before and it's been good for us. So hopefully it goes through. And like I said, for the developers, please build the baseball fields first, please, please. I know we need some low-income housing, but please build the baseball fields first. Thank you.
No, we did not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. We just didn't catch his name. We're trying to take copious notes while everyone's coming up and talking.
BJ Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
Hemio Bassett.
Good evening, commissioners, city staff. I'm just here quickly to express my support for Liberty Project. I work for Turton Commercial Real Estate in Sacramento, and as you're probably aware, we work with the majority of the area's infill developers, large and small, and so we see a lot of projects, and very few are as thorough and thoughtful as this one. Obviously, this is a master plan community, and it's going to provide 10 different housing types, all of which are sorely needed. It's consistent with the city's general plan, with the Southport Framework Plan, and Resolution 0663, and it will ultimately be a great addition to West Sacramento. Thank you.
Danette Wigley.
Thank you for listening to the public comments tonight. I also am here to support Liberty. I think they have done a very good job of laying out really nice plans for dense housing next to our residents, which we don't agree with. I have moved into West Sacramento 41 years ago. I have lived on Davis Road for 27 years. Compared to River Park and what's going on behind our small group of homes, Liberty deserves 10 gold stars. My husband and I, my neighbors, we like what's happening with the design. I'm sorry for Perilla residences, but for us, it's been going on a very long time, and Mr. Teeple has been very, very cooperative and open to listening to our concerns and feedback. I do have a couple of concerns. My first is with the city. The city, I am concerned, is not properly considering the nature of rural residential. I was at a city, can't even think right now, it's tired. I was at a city meeting not that long ago where one of the members asked, where is the rural residential out there? And the response was, oh, it's right by the high school. Acre lots bordered by the high school and Jefferson Boulevard is not rural residential. They are lovely, beautiful homes. If I had a wild dream, it would be that those style of residences would be built behind us where River Park is designed. That's not going to happen. Having watched what's going on with Liberty, however, for a dense community, it's very nice. It's going to provide us with some enhancements and so on. So that's number one concern, the city's view of rural residential. 2, tonight, I was surprised to learn that there's going to be egress and a roundabout at Davis Road. We were assured years ago there would be no egress for Liberty on Davis Road. I don't know where this came from. I'm shocked to learn it. It was supposed to be spitting all that traffic out on Jefferson and Village Parkway. But somehow, some way, we now have a raceabout happening on our little Davis Road. I don't think it should be there. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it, but I'm not happy. So overall, in support of Liberty, great job, very communicative with the residents, but that roundabout and the city's view of rural residential concern.
Matt Kiesling.
Good evening, Commissioners. Vice Chair Olivares, thank you for the time this evening. I actually wasn't planning to talk tonight. My associate was here to speak on this matter. However, just this evening, I learned that actually you all are being asked to take final action on the subdivision map, as well as certify the EIR. And so I've decided to step up here just in case. Typically, from a procedural perspective, in most jurisdictions I work in, I would say 95% of them, if a project has multiple entitlements, the final decision-making body is the highest level of decision makers that a portion of that project has to go to. In this particular instance, because there is a specific plan associated with this that requires legislative action by the council, in my experience, typically the entire package of entitlements and certification of the EIR would go to the city council. Interestingly, they've segmented the project so that you're being asked to actually take final action on a portion of it and certify an EIR, but the portion that you're being asked to act on can't actually go into effect until the council takes later action to amend the general plan, at which point the map that you're being asked to approve would be consistent with the general plan. That's backwards. The way it should work is the general plan should be amended by the council, and then you approve a map that's consistent with that general plan. So from a procedural perspective, we take strong points of opposition with the way in which this is being approached tonight and as a whole. Secondarily, I would just like to point out I'm the bad attorney, I think, that was hired by the neighbors in Perella that's not acting in good faith. But I'd like to say, contrary to the way in which the comments and concerns of Perella Estate neighbors are being characterized tonight, I would offer that what they're asking for is equal treatment. I think you're hearing from folks on Redwood, Tamarack, Bastogne, and Davis Road that the applicant has been so accommodating of their interests, that they've been listened to, that they felt that their concerns were heard, and that changes to the plan were put into place to accommodate those concerns. What happened, if you can look at the land use map, is you will see estate lots next to all of those estate lots. Wherever you have large lots, half acres or larger, you have large lots adjacent to them. And for the folks that spoke and mentioned that their backyard was a field, lots similar in size to their lot are proposed right next to them. That's called good planning. That's compatibility. And in fact, the Liberty specific plan prides itself on creating compatibility. It has its own provision, 5.2.1.1, that says density is in the center of the project, but where the project is adjacent to large lot residential communities, it has put in place estate lots as well so that it transitions to those large lot communities. Now, unfortunately, when this plan was proposed in 2007, 17 years ago, as Mr. Teeple reminded us, Perella Estates and Capitol Estates were not yet built. But part of the problem with being a project that takes so long is that the community around you changes. I've been in West Sacramento for 9 years. I live a stone's throw from this project. And of those 90 outreach meetings, I was not invited to a single one. They all occurred prior to my residency here in Sacramento. How many people that live adjacent to this project moved here in the last decade and have not had a single opportunity to participate in this process? So I would also like to get into the record my concerns with the EIR, which you should not be certifying tonight because it has multiple deficiencies, which I would like to put into the record. But most importantly is that the core purpose of CEQA is to make sure that people that live close to a project and make decisions on projects understand the impacts of those projects before they take action. This EIR was released 7.5 years ago. How many people that live adjacent to this site never got a chance to review and comment on that EIR? Never had an opportunity to consider the impacts, and I would also offer that the impacts have changed because the law has changed in 7 years. VMT, climate change, right? These things were not a part of this EIR. And so I would like to submit this into the record that we have significant concerns that we'd like to see addressed before you move forward, and ask that you not move forward tonight until these things can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Nakano.
Jeff Nakano. I live in Perella Estates, and my property backs up to the Clarksburg Branch Trail. I've only lived there a year, but having only been here a year, it does give me some perspective that maybe some of you don't see, having been here so long. But to me, the Clarksburg Branch Trail is really phenomenal. I was just sitting out in my backyard yesterday and watched some guy on a horse ride by. And people walk by there, and it's really something to have that trail in my backyard. And what I would suggest is that if you haven't been on that trail, you come down, and you can even come through my backyard if you want to, and look at and get on that trail and walk down that trail. Because what you'll see is that it is really a phenomenal asset to the city of West Sacramento. And all I'm asking tonight is that when you develop along that trail, make sure the development fits the character of that trail. As far as our houses are concerned, yeah, that's important too. But I think what you can't undo is any development along that trail that disrupts the characteristics of that trail, because it's quite an asset for the city of West Sacramento. Thank you very much.
Claire Torbett.
My name is Claire Torbeck. I live at 2945 Perella Court. Thank you for listening to us all tonight. I'm going to encourage the commission to pause the approval on the Liberty specific plan until the density is matched, as it has been for all other bordering neighborhoods. While it's easy to say not in my backyard, the Liberty specific plan is proposing housing that will look directly into our backyards and invading our privacy. I doubt that that's your vision of any neighborhood. This project is also adjacent to the Clarksburg Branch Line Trail with a roadway that's parallel to the trail. So please come out and look at that. Imagine the trail and then this roadway, which means trail users will be looking at parked cars and houses rather than enjoying nature and a quiet pathway. The trail is really a green corridor offering ecological and recreational benefits, which is an absolutely amazing asset for this community and the trail systems that it connects to, and it should be preserved. We will experience a loss of scenic beauty as it currently has a rural allure, and with houses and a roadway, it's going to destroy that. Increased traffic and noise will disturb the tranquility of the pathway. It will affect recreational use, as introducing a road next to the trail will disturb the safe and enjoyable outdoor experience. Environmental issues should also be considered so as not to disturb the natural habitat. So there's not any impact to any water that's available in the area as a source for the animals. It will undermine the character of this rural environment in the heart of Southport, which is a special feature that not all communities have. Safety is another issue. As this proposed roadway is behind River City High School, it will be used as a path for dropping off students so they can cross the trail and enter the high school from a rear entrance, thereby avoiding Jefferson Boulevard. These homes will suffer from school traffic twice daily and provide an area for parking, unauthorized meetups, vandalism, and possibly drug use. While the argument is that these homes will provide eyes on the park, I disagree and would point out that these residents will not be the park police, and this access would make their homes less safe and provide an opportunity for theft, vandalism, and homelessness. I urge you to consider these concerns and ask that the proposed road be realigned with the houses facing the other direction and with the pond moved out toward the trail so that the road is on the other side. This realignment would eliminate the problem of these proposed houses looking into the backyards of the Perella Estate homes as well, another issue this development has created, along with noise no one in our community anticipated. and matching of the estate lots consistent with our property would be wonderful. All we're doing is asking Terry and this development to be a good neighbor and give us the same considerations they did everybody else. Thank you very much.
There are no additional comments.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you that presented this evening. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and open it up to my colleagues for any comments or questions, and/or offer up the opportunity to bring any one of our public commenters and/or the applicant to the podium to address any clarifying questions or follow-up questions you might have.
Well, okay, I'll start. Thank you everyone for being here. This is late. It's past my bedtime. I appreciate everyone being here. And, this is flipping through the Liberty specific plan. It's beautiful design. It checks all the boxes, eyes on the streets, the biking, walkable, solar ready and everything. There's some big issues, I think, that came up today and through reviewing the documents. I think where to start. So I think that one big one's the flood concern. Initially, the mitigation measure for Water Quality Impact 7 was to implement the phase plan, and it wouldn't allow houses until the 200-year flood protection goals were met. But in the final EIR in the errata sheet, it was changed to say that payment could be done in lieu of, so that the housing development could proceed. I guess my question is, why was that changed? So I'm referring to page 573 in the EIR, if that's helpful.
So originally, the Liberty project was an alternative of the general plan EIR when both projects were on the same path. General plan was completed in 2016. And at the time, the general plan addressed the flood control in the EIR for the general plan. Subsequent to that, the EIR for Liberty continued on and was drafted in 2017. And it was reviewed and determined that because the general plan is the overriding document in place at the time, it is concurrent with general plan, since that is the regulatory document higher than this, therefore it applies.
So I guess, but this is the specific EIR for the project, and the general plan EIRs more.
The general plan has provided flood protection, and the specific plan, when it stated that it was contrary to the general plan override.
I guess I'm a little confused here, because it says we're not, the levies aren't.
If I can make a stab at it, I think what we're hearing is that the sequence of events was the general plan EIR was completed. The general plan EIR looked at the broader issue of development and the pace of development and what would be allowed to occur. Because the council adopted the general plan and allowed for development to occur in conjunction with the flood program that's going forward, it made sense to modify this EIR to track with what the general plan had concluded on that.
Yeah, I think that's concerning it's because part of the mitigation also requires notifying future home buyers of the flood and protection improvement status and susceptibility to flood. I mean, I don't know if anyone signed those DocuSign things now. It's like hundreds of pages and all these notices. Is that the type of notice these home buyers are gonna be provided with?
Yeah, it would be associated with the title.
It's like, I don't know if that's true notice. I know that would probably comply with this, but that's concerning here for me. Mr. Goddard, I think, spoke to SB 5, stating that would prohibit development anyways. Can we get some
That's an
response on
incorrect
that?
statement of what
Okay.
SB 5 does. That's a gross oversimplification of a complicated law, but SB 5 does not prohibit the city from allowing development.
Yeah, I'm looking at this beautiful plan that Mr. Teeple put together, and I just keep picturing it underwater when I read this. I mean, I know we're all at risk here in West Sacramento, but it's right there, right next to the river, and we have the senior housing that's planned right next to the river, there, right next to the levee. It's, yeah, I'm struggling with this flood issue.
Well, Commissioner Sablan, if I may, the setback levy and the fortifications of the Sacramento River levee otherwise do provide substantially enhanced protection. The fact that FEMA has not gotten around yet to reclassifying those areas doesn't mean that the protection is not there. And I think WASAFCA and the city's flood control planners are of the opinion that protection has been provided through the investments that the city has made.
I think earlier, so I think on one of the other water quality impacts on floods said that it was not completed, though. Those improvements weren't completed. So we weren't meeting that standard of you can't hear me. So earlier in I think it's water quality impact 6. So it says that the plan will ultimately provide the 200-year protection, but we're not there yet. Is that accurate?
That is an accurate statement. However, the improvements that have been done have substantially increased flood protection in the South Port area. But you're right, the project is a multiple-year project. The city has accomplished a great deal, has addressed the most critical reaches and made the repairs there, but there is more work that needs to be done. And the work is continuing.
What's the timeline on completion? Do we have a timeline?
But I don't. That's an answer we can get for you, but I don't think there's anybody here today who has that specific answer, and I don't want to give you a number that it doesn't turn out to be accurate.
Yeah. Can you speak to City Council or City Attorney Mitchell on Mr. Keasley's point about approval of the subdivision map at this point? So we do have to find that it's consistent with the general plan, and if the general plan hasn't been modified yet, how do we get to that?
That's why your action is to approve the tentative map conditioned on the council's action. And if the council did not act, then the map approval would not go into effect. I appreciate Mr. Keasling's perspective. I represent a lot of cities. I've worked with cities my entire career. It is not 95% of cities that do it the way he's describing. Many do, but many also follow the same pattern that
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'll yield.
Can I just clarify, Commissioner Sablon, is that an actionable item that we would like for staff to further look into, which is the timeline?
I mean, I could probably Google it.
Oh. Your call.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I am concerned about that, the change in the mitigation, though, to phase or pay an in lieu fee.
I recommend that if it is giving you pause for concern and may weigh ultimately on your vote on how we move this forward, that we direct staff to take action on whatever it is we might think we need in order to continue to move tonight's meeting forward.
My question's for Mr. Teeple. I know the Perella Estates, thank you guys so much for coming out, and I love seeing everybody here and, voicing your concerns. But Mr. Teeple, I'm wondering if you spoke with the developers of Perella Estate prior to everybody moving in, and was there a discussion with them about, the thoughtfulness of the Liberty Project?
The answer simply is no. There was nobody to speak to, actually. The ability of a home buyer of a lot and future custom home or semi-custom home, they have the ability during their due diligence of their own through either their land broker or I should say their broker buying the land, certainly the open information that's at the city. These are all folks that have moved in within the last 4 or 5 years at the oldest, and our plan has not changed for 10 years. That west edge has not changed for 10 years. We're in compliance with the general plan and the Southport Framework Plan and Resolution 0663. So we did not mean to be rude at the meeting, and certainly that is not my style. But I will tell you that factually, they are asking for things that we are in the right, and they are just fishing for a better view. And I don't know how else to say it. The exhibits we drew are factual, and that was the direction I gave our staff. Draw those exhibits factual. They're off of Google Earth measurements. Those that I quoted, the 377 to 518 feet between the rear of their houses to the front of our houses, they're factual dimensions. We have sections. We've provided it to the Perella Estate folks, and they took the notion to hire an attorney and bring out the forces tonight. And we think they are unwarranted and unmerited voices from the standpoint of they don't really have a case. We are doing everything appropriately. You could verify that with your staff. They will substantiate that. And the plan has not changed. They could have found out about the plan before they bought a lot, before they bought houses. So we're not the newcomer here. Perella Estates is the newcomer. We've been around a very, very long time. And as you've heard from many that testified tonight, we have a very transparent and have conducted ourselves with transparency throughout the process. And that's our goal. We needed to listen. One thing I also want to clear up, they make the comparison between the Bastogne Court folks and recently came to our attention a couple of days ago on a few folks on Redwood Avenue. They are adjacent to our property. We share a common property line. We have trees to consider. We have setbacks to consider. We have single-story versus two-story houses to consider. And just as we worked with Bastogne Court, we will work with Redwood. And we started that work already a day and a half ago, and we've only known about this for 2.5 days. So we're part of the solutions and not part of the problem. Where the Perella folks and Mr. Kiesling is not correct, and they have no basis, is there is no adjacency. They are hundreds of feet away from us. And there was an ill statement made. The Clarksburg Branch Line Trail is not 50 feet wide. It's 100 feet wide. And then there's a railroad ditch. And then there's landscaping. And then there's a 56-foot right-of-way street. And then a 20-foot setback to our front doors, facing, by design, for SEPTED reasons, facing the trail for eyes and surveillance on the trail. On the other side of the Clarksburg Trail is the massive tree row, mature trees that's been there. It's beautiful. That also is between us and them. They have backyards that are huge. They are very, very large. So I'm only asking you to appreciate their ask is not worthy of our engagement because they have no reason, we have no reason to engage because we're in the right. We've been there for 10 years. We wouldn't change a thing on our plan. We don't intend to do that. And therefore, I implore you not to stretch out this process because of their ask. Thank you very much.
I have another question. I have a question for Mr. People. It was brought up that there's a possibility in the mind of some folks that high schoolers could be dropped off on that road, on the western side. High schoolers could be dropped off so that they could get on the trail and walk to the high school. Is there access from the road that you're putting there, that you want to put there? Is there access from the road onto the trail? Easy access?
Yes. We have planned in our plan on the west side, we have 3 little footbridges as you move up towards our detention basin. And just to the north of our detention basin, there's an existing bridge. And the point of that is to design a subdivision, a planned community, a master planned community, such that there is easy access by a grid system to get kids to walk, ride their bikes. Maybe the parents want to drop them off by one of the bridges, certainly. That's acceptable. People are not going to park there because the only purpose of those bridges is to access the trail for recreation purposes or to get to the high school. Those are the only purposes. So it's not people that need to park there and then go take a hike. That's not what is going to happen. We're not worried about people parking just to use the trail from Liberty. We're not worried about that at all.
All right.
Any other question? Okay.
I have another question. Regarding Davis Road, it's been stated that there's changes are being made will be made to Davis Road, and there's no authority to do that. And it's also been mentioned that there's going to be a roundabout placed on Davis Road that was a new development that surprised people. I want to know if is it true? I don't know who can answer this for me. Is it true that there's no authority to change Davis Road and do the things on Davis Road that are being proposed?
To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I have seen and been told, there is a public right-of-way on Davis Road. It is not a private road. In terms of the roundabout, that is a design element, and you might want to bring this up with Mr. Peoples. That was a discussion with at least some of the property owners on Davis Road. I can't say that everybody was part of the conversation that he had, but the outcome of that conversation was to talk about the intersection of Stonegate and Davis, and whether it was, at one point it was designed to be a 4-way stop, and there was concern that that wasn't going to be adequate. And so as we've left it in the development agreement, the preference is for a roundabout. There is a possibility, depending on how things played out over time, that it could be a signal, but it's most likely going to be a roundabout. That is the city's design preference for traffic situations like this. It's what's been used elsewhere in Southport. And so that's my understanding, but you might want to talk to Mr. Peoples about his conversations with folks on Davis.
Okay, please come.
I think Mr. McCoy is here. Mr. McCoy is with the city. He will tell you what he's in charge of. When we started this process, Davis Road was designated as a rural road. And it became evident to us that we had a chance to expand the road from the standpoint of filling the ditch, adding a multi-purpose 12-foot trail, and adding an equestrian trail, which we lobbied for to get on your master plan of parks and trails, which did get there. So your West Sacramento Area Equestrian Association was really pleased with our aid on that. But I think I'd like Mr. McCoy to explain to you the designation of how it's transferred to what I believe is minor arterial, but I'll let him explain that, please.
Hi, Commissioners. Jason McCoy, Supervising Transportation Planner for City of West Sac. I've been the division manager and the transportation planner here for 10 years. For as long as I can remember, I have worked with Justin on this project. I've always seen an intersection at Davis Road. That intersection has always been planned as first a four-way stop. Then as it advanced with the River Park development, it turned into a four-way signalized intersection on Davis.
You're talking about Stonegate?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the intersection of Davis and Stonegate. The city, as you've seen all throughout the city, we've been putting roundabouts in as a traffic control measure. So instead of a series of signalized intersections, because of their proven and demonstrated ability to significantly reduce injury collisions, to very significantly reduce fatalities, the city's preference has always been, where feasible and where appropriate, to advance an intersection instead of signalized to a roundabout. So once I saw that there was a four-way intersection on Davis and Stonegate, immediately talked with Terry, talked with Justin, talked about the option of having a roundabout instead. My understanding is that Terry had spoken with some residents who had concerns wanting to see traffic calming on Davis. One of the side benefits of having a roundabout is that it does have traffic calming benefits, and that it inherently slows people down to get around the intersection instead of trying to speed through on a yellow or on a green. So that's where we got to where we are, at least with the roundabout. I haven't been involved in all the day-to-day, but I am involved in reviewing transportation plans for this project. So to the extent that I can help answer questions for those things that I've reviewed, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Can you speak to the issue of whether or not the city and the developer has authority to make these changes on Davis Road?
I've reviewed the parcel maps, the plans, the grant deeds, everything that I've seen, concurrent with what the city attorney, Jeff Mitchell, has stated. We have, there is property ownership shown into the center line of Davis in certain parts. However, there's also an easement granted to the city for public right-of-way, which is not uncommon throughout the city. You'll see that in a lot of places where someone's property line may go into the center line, but there is a public right-of-way easement across that.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question on the gross density, net density, and how that was calculated. So one of the commenters pointed out the comparison on the existing general plan and the proposed general plan amendment. It's 1-17 and 1-19. And so existing, right, that western side would be low density residential, so that's 1.16 dwelling units per acre. And then as part of the approval of the specific plan, that would change to medium density residential, which is 6.1 to 12 dwelling units per acre. So do we need to make, so I guess, does that change need to be made if, as you calculated, they meet the density requirements under the existing?
Well, I wasn't clear on what the commenter's point was concerning the medium density residential. There are
areas within the project that are specified for that density or designated for that density, but I don't see any inconsistency or incompatibility associated with those designations. They do not apply to the areas at the western edge of the property.
I think, so am I looking at the right?
Tell me what you're looking at again, I'm sorry.
So it's on page 1-19
Of
the
okay.
specific plan. And then we have the Clarksburg Trail, right? That's the one, the green arrow going up and down.
Okay, so the question that's the exhibit that shows the proposed general plan amendment, proposed Southport framework plan amendment, and the proposed specific plan, land use plan side by side, correct?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Because currently that dark yellow is low density residential. It's light yellow. Is that correct?
Oh, I see what you're saying. In the Southport framework plan, the density ranges are slightly different from the general plan designations. What this is showing reflects where the medium density residential begins. The lower end is a 5.1 units per acre.
No, what I'm saying is that existing where that area is low density residential, right? So on page 1-17.
Yes. So, well.
So yeah, so my question is if it's consistent with the current general plan at under 6 dwelling units per acre, do we need to does this part of the specific plan need to be made? Because I guess, the plan could be amended by others, right? So if a developer comes along and they want to change Terry's beautiful piece of work, then, that would increase the eligible density to 12 dwelling units per acre along that Clarksburg Trail. Am I reading that correctly?
If your question is whether that would be along the Clarksburg Trail, no.
But just the housing that's going to be along there.
Yeah, I frankly think that may be a mistake in that map.
So should that be light yellow?
I think it probably should be low density residential as it is with the general plan and the specific plan.
So this is on page 1-17 of the specific plan and 1-19.
Yeah, I believe those mistakenly show medium density residential when they should show low density residential.
How do we make that change to reflect, like on an image?
I think you can provide direction to us to do so.
Uh-huh.
And that could be.
Yeah, no, that's yes, you can provide direction that if the planning commission is decides that they want to recommend approval, you could recommend approval with the change that page, whatever page that is, the tables on 1-17, 1-19.
1-19.
Need to be corrected because it appears to be an error and it should be low-density residential. What I would tell you is that we would then go back, take a look, make sure that that's accurate. If for some reason, and we would consult with the developer, if for some reason that was not a mistake, we would bring it back to the planning commission at that point. Because we think that that's simply an error on that page. So.
Okay.
And that could be, that's a sort of change that could be made by you as essentially an amendment to the action to make that change on that page. And with the direction to staff that if for some reason the developer has a concern with that, or it's inconsistent with something else, that we may need to come back to the planning commission before we go to council. And Terry, I don't know if Mr. Teeples, we're kind of catching him out and asking him to take a look at something, but if you want to weigh in on whether you think that's something that ought to be correct, so that where it shows medium density residential, it should show low density.
Good evening. My name is Peter Templeton, and I'm the planner on the project. And I just wanted to understand exactly which color and which area that you're talking about.
It is medium density residential. Yeah.
I'm just not following where they were going with this.
Point is,
Low.
Here's the LR. Low density or medium. Medium density residential.
Just doing a quick check-in. I want to make sure I get us back into, okay.
No, not at all.
Good.
Next group. What the hell?
Oh,
Okay. Whoops. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt the meeting generally with our conversation here, but what we just discussed was, you know, how we might adapt these two proposed amendments to the general plan land use diagram and the Southport Framework Plan Amendment land use map. I mean, the Southport Framework Plan land use map is indeed to convert those areas that are 6,000 square foot lots to show as low density residential, which, as I explained with that net gross thing, the actual density, for instance, of the gross density of that area that I showed to you was 3.5 units an acre. So that more accurately would fall within low density residential for both the framework plan and the land use diagram for the general. So, as Jeff mentioned, it would be appropriate for you to recommend a request as part of a recommendation that it assume that we change these proposed amendments to show low density residential in those areas that are depicted as single family detached on the specific plan land use plan.
And I would go a tiny bit further than that. I would
Yes.
say that your recommended action would be to make that change.
Okay.
That your recommendation is conditioned on that change being made, so that when it gets to the council, it will read as low-density residential. And then, assuming that all turns out to be what everybody agrees is appropriate, it'd go forward to the council. If for some reason there is an issue, you can direct that it then come back to the planning commission, not just go forward to the council. That make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, and I appreciate the fact that it might not make sense to everybody in there, but what we're trying to say is this is an error in the diagram. It was not intentional that be medium density residential. It should be low density residential. And so as long as all that's necessary is to make this change, should be fine. It'll go forward to the council. The planning commission's recommendation is, well, I don't know if this is going to be their recommendation, but if they choose to go this path, their recommendation would be that the council approve the general plan, framework plan, et cetera, with these changes, so that area has to be shown as low density. But that's up to the commission.
Yeah. And thank you for indulging that. That's a big.
It was a fantastic observation.
Big change. And I guess I just want to clarify. So that would go all the way up north?
Yes.
To maintain all the way.
Essentially, and on this diagram, the proposed specific plan, land use plan that's in the far right panel, where it's single family detached, that would equate to low density.
Okay, thank you.
Work is
All
done.
right. Thank you. Any other questions while I'm up there?
Oh, I do have a question for Mr. Teeple, I think. Hi.
Hello.
Hello again. So I just want to commend you on your design. It is truly
Thank you
beautiful
very
and,
much.
and extraordinary. It seems visionary to me. I haven't seen anything like it. And so have you seen communities like that where you're using the front yard in that manner and alley loaded and a livable front yard?
Very, very good observation and question. At the outset of our planning efforts, we, along with Peter Templeton, who just spoke, our land planner, we collectively looked at areas of connectivity within master plan communities, and we were looking to maximize that. Walkability, very important to us. Biking, very important to us. Stroller, joggers, walkers, it's all important to us. So in that effort, we looked as close as Midtown Sacramento, and one of the most highly sought after areas in this entire region are the alley-loaded products in old Midtown Sacramento. It's just a phenomenal, phenomenal concept. Part of it is because it's a grid system. It's a rectangular grid system, which promotes more connectivity, walking, jogging, whatever, driving, than any other pattern. So even though we were challenged with a very irregular shape for Liberty, it was Peter's concept, and I want to take 2 seconds and explain it. I will never forget the day when we had a big meeting with our team in Peter's office, and we were talking about just the connectivity and how things should orient in Liberty. And driven by UC Davis and a lot of their energy efficiency stuff, how we should orient houses, pitch of roofs, maximize the solstice capability with photovoltaic cells. I'll never forget, Peter had 4 or 5 different tissue papers over the boundary. And he said, I want to give you a quick test, and I won't take long with this, but he gave all of us, me included, he said, I want you to spend 15 seconds and look at all 4 of them, and I want you to come back and tell me which of these plans, which of this grid system makes the best sense to you. And all of us, to a person on our team, recommended what we then called the racetrack. But it's not a racetrack. It's Liberty Loop North and Liberty Loop South. And it is designed specifically to gather towards the middle of the project from a standpoint of the recreation area of the commons being in the middle. We have a north-south and an east-west grid system of trails. We have parks along those trails. Even if you look at the detention basin, we are so acutely aware of the trees, as an example. On the southeast corner, there's a little green bubble. There's a little bubble out on the detention basin. It's because there are some magnificent mature trees. So we bubbled that out. The basin will be designed around it. And that is part of our trail system that goes all the way around. Mr. Kiesling made a statement to me some time ago about, well, that ought to be a public trail. It is a public trail all the way around the detention basin. And in that little bubble out, we will have benches where people can sit and recreate. And we put, by design, an equestrian or a bird sanctuary island in the middle of it. So there's been an acute amount of detail that we've spent. And that's why we chose to do a specific plan rather than just a planned community. So that city knows what they're going to get. And whoever is our successor in interest that buys the property from the Pack family after it's approved, they know what they have to build. And there's a great deal of assurance there. So we looked at Savannah, Georgia, downtown Sacramento, Old Town. We looked at Europe. We did a lot of research, and this grid pattern out of something that's very irregular has more connectivity than any plan I've ever seen in my life. So it is unique in that regard. I appreciate you noticing.
Yeah, it's fine. But it's very thoughtful, and I mean aesthetically, the architecture you picked out. But I think my question was more on marketability. You know, you've done this beautiful design. Now you need a developer to come in and do it. Is this type of front living?
Yes. By design, we have 71% of our single-family detached units are alley loaded. We've proven by cost estimating and by livability experts that we've talked to that, and by the way, alleys will be highly controlled with CC&Rs. You can't change your oil there. You can't do a lot of things. You can't park in the alley. You have to be on the apron in your garage. But the project is grossly overparked. It does have 71%. That's why you see a lot of alleys there by design. But it also translates to the front yard, which is, again, the SEPTED concept of eyes on the street, the sidewalks. We have livable front yards that we've really designed into the specific plan so that you don't go home on a conventional subdivision where you have on the street, garage door, garage door, garage door, garage door, garage, and you pull in the garage door and you never see your neighbors. That's one thing we're trying to avoid. We want people to have a social fabric. And there's another thing I want to point out very, very quickly for you. On the design, and this is a very good graphic, you'll notice there are all different colors on this thing. The standard subdivision normally would have 50 to 200 lots of the same thing in the same area, big area. And then another big, large lump of the same units over here. The fabric of a good community weaves all those things. You could pick out an intersection very easily where you might have 3 or 4 different product types on that intersection. That has been proven to be a very, very incredible community design. And people love it. It's very high. And none of the products, like in phase 1 it was mentioned, but none of those products in phase 1, they're segmented, so they don't compete with each other. But they could be on different size lots. Some are alley loaded, some are front loaded. It's a very diverse community. But the weaving of that planning effort, that's why it has come out the way it is. It's a phenomenal design. My wife calls this my swan song project. We've been lucky enough to work for the Pack family and surround ourselves with the greatest consultants. So thank you for noticing. Anything else? Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so in an effort to wrap up today's meeting discussion, I'll start by first just saying that there's specific mentions that I cherry-picked and noted for us to consider so we can move forward with a recommendation. I'm hearing that the community members want to be heard. I'm hearing that the community members want to be treated fairly in this development process. And that's number 1 on my list of areas to note. Secondly, I'm also hearing that a majority of individuals are in support of the Liberty Project. I have not heard anything negative about the design or development of the Liberty Project. I'm also hearing that we have some outstanding action items that may turn into recommendations made to staff in an effort to further close in on any gaps of clarity, inadvertent oversights, things that need to be edited and or updated. The other thing is we have a responsibility as commissioners in this planning process. And I think that we've demonstrated this evening that we take our role and responsibility serious. We care for the community a lot like what you have presented to us this evening. I don't feel comfortable moving something forward to my council in a way that appears that we're passing the buck. I think that we have a responsibility to vet any and all information that's being brought forward to us today. I think that we need to hear the community's concerns and questions. And I think that the staff, public, and council would appreciate the dialogue and the time and the effort that we're putting into ensuring that the information that's been brought forward to us today is being deeply considered, and that we're taking care and consideration in how we move a reputable recommendation forward to our council body. And so with that, I would say we have an opportunity, given everything that I've mentioned, if it resonates with you and you agree, to make a consideration or direct staff, really, to move this item out and allow time for staff to consider the recommendations that we desire to put forward. And that we also ask that the Perella community members have an opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the Liberty developer, our staff, to ensure that, well, I'm not going to sit here and speculate that you will come to a full agreement. I do think there's something to be said in the deliberating process to reach a consensus through dialogue and further education to hopefully reach a meaningful consensus that will allow this to come back to the Planning Commission to move this forward at that time. And so with that, the recommendation would be to extend this item to allow staff to further look into whatever recommendations we as commissioners have, to allow the developer and the community members to have an opportunity to engage in further discussion, to include education on the EIR, the specific plan, the tentative map, any and all laws, rules, and regs that govern the decision that's going to have to come back before us. And so with that, the other option should be obvious. We recommend, based on how you feel tonight, given the information that has been relayed. Thank you.
I have a question for council. Could we recommend, if I wanted to make a motion to recommend approval with conditions, could we amend the errata in the EIR? Or is that something we'd have to come back with?
What is the change in the errata to the EIR?
So for mitigation measured, well, I guess it's for impact water quality 7, going back to less than significant with mitigation and limiting the mitigation to implement the phasing plan.
I think that's something that we would need time to look at.
Oh.
I'm not comfortable that we could just do that change.
Yeah, if I can add to that, we couldn't assure the 200, in good faith, ensure the 200-year level of protection, which is, I think, would be the basis for changing that conclusion in WQ7.
I did take a moment to look up what Mr. Goddard was referring to. I think he was looking at the original version of SB 5 that passed back in 2007, which set certain deadlines for achieving 200-year urban flood protection. That law has been changed subsequently, so West Sacramento has until 2040 to achieve, the phrase is urban level of flood protection, which I believe translates to 200-year flood protection. But so I think that's where his error was. But the city has, by statute, I believe, until 2040 to achieve that, which they are on track.
Okay, and then I guess approval of this as is with significant and unavoidable, and including this mitigation measure that allows them to proceed with an in lieu fee, that would be consistent.
We believe so.
Yes, with the notification part, is there a way to require more, like, just actual notice?
Well, if you're asking the lawyer, I will tell you that if they do recorded notice, that's actual notice. However, if you mean like actual, like guaranteeing that somebody will be aware of it when they're handed that big stack of papers to sign at their close of escrow, that's a difficult one to promise. All we can do is do what we've done, which is to ensure that it is information which is disclosed as part of the escrow process. It's hard for us to write words that will mean somebody will pay attention to all the documents that they're presented. And there's not really, I don't know of another way to sort of ensure that that happens. This at least puts them on notice, on legal notice, that this information is has been provided to them.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I will entertain a motion.
And I will make the comment, since there seems to be some reticence, the chair may make a motion. There's that. Chair.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, based on your comments, I think what you were suggesting was that we would continue this hearing to a date certain, so that the notification process would still be applicable, and we wouldn't have to renotice. I think, from what I heard, I think that was your intent, and that I think the next commission meeting is November 7th, is that correct? And that between now and November 7th, you would request that staff address some of these items that we discussed, for instance, Commissioner Sablon pointed out, and that city staff and the applicant further consider the request from the Varela Court interests, residents, and their attorney.
So that would be a motion to continue the public hearing till November 7th. And that would be the action of the commission tonight, if that's what the vote.
And that action doesn't need, I mean, you can continue the hearing without those explanatory qualifications. I repeated those for everybody's benefit, so.
I'm actually ready to vote to move forward with voting on Resolution 24-6 PC. So I'll make that motion that we approve resolution.
Can we bring the recommended actions back up on the screen?
Are we waiting?
The actions are now.
Right.
Yeah.
So what you'll see is that this is a bundle of actions, and if you want to move the project forward, the way it was set forth here, the recommended action would be to do all of these things approve Resolution 24-6, which certifies the final EIR, approve Resolution 24-7, which recommends that the council approve a series of other actions, and then approve Resolution 24-8, which would approve the tentative map conditioned on the council having taken those other actions.
Okay.
And I would, that's the recommendation from staff. The change to address Commissioner Sablon would be to direct us as part of that to revise, to ensure that the general plan and the framework plan amendments accurately reflect that all of the property identified as single-family detached in the specific plan is shown as low-density residential rather than medium density.
I'm ready to, I'm ready to make that motion. So I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 24-6 PC, approve Resolution 24-7 PC, and approve Resolution 24-8 PC.
With the
With
changes.
with the changes that Commissioner Sablon said.
Do we have a second? I would like to go ahead and put another motion on the floor, if that's okay.
There's no second. Another motion can be entertained.
Now I have to remember what you told me to say. I'd like to make the motion
Tell you to say anything.
If I can, if you like, I can take a stab at it if you're talking about the continuance. All we
Yes.
would need to say is, I move to continue this item to the November 7th regular planning commission meeting.
I move to continue this item to the November 7th Planning Commission meeting. Is there a second?
I would second that motion to allow for the city staff to consider the items that we discussed today, and also for the applicant to meet with Pearl Estate neighbors again to have another discussion.
Commissioner Sablon,
Yes.
Commissioner Squires,
No.
Commissioner Olivares,
Yes.
Commissioner Linker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Yes.
Thank you for your participation, your engagement. Thank you for sticking it out with us. I think we were here a little over 5 hours today. Have a good night. Get home to your families. See you on November 7th.
One thing I want to figure out, well, we don't really message. Single family detached that's shown on their land use plan goes down 3,400 square foot lots, which do not fall in.
Well, what